My name is Rhoda Auni, the coordinator, Student Career Services Department. And I want to say that we are all blessed parcel of this great function. You are here in your 4 or 3 or 2 years session as a student to your career. And your journey did not begin here. Your journey began in the basic education, because you know, and I know, that you had a great foundation in terms of career paths. And the reality of you living your career is just being actualized in this great institution. And so I am so grateful that our management was able to allow us have such a function. And you're part and parcel of making history today as you get an opportunity for exposure. We are seated here pursuing different career paths. But at the end of the day, in your mind, there are some questions that could replicate themselves in any other young person's mind. You're asking yourself, is this really what I wanted to pursue? And even when you reassure yourself that it is, you're asking yourself, am I good enough as I pursue this particular career? Am I doing everything that is necessarily possible and enriching as I pursue this particular career path? You could be asking yourself, am I able to get career stamina? You could be asking yourself, what is it that I'm doing different or I am doing that other people are doing, pursuing this career in the other universities and in the other sections in the world? You could be asking yourself, what is it that I need to do even as I come to the close of my post-study? You could be asking yourself, when I finally get out of Kisii University, then what? Will I be able to actualize my life in the career path that I've taken? Will this career path make sense at the end of the day? And these are the questions that young people keep asking themselves each and every day. Wake up and go to class, go through your courses, but at the end of the day, you know that there must be a goal. And as you focus on this goal, then you must be able to prepare yourself to realize that particular dream that you have been holding all this time. And I am glad to be associated with this, because then, among the many other experiences and exposure opportunities, this adding to it, that when we talk about leveraging on technology for career advancement, then we are saying we are the today children. We are the today young men and women. And as we operate in these days of technology, then how is it that we can be able to use this technology, to take advantage of technology, to be able to better our career paths and to open your mind to understand all that you'll be taken through today. I want to encourage you to take advantage, to be able to get network, because you need networking if you are ever going to be successful in careers, I want to encourage you to take advantage of some of the experiences you'll have today. And it will not just stop there. At the end of the day, we want to encourage you to practice what you're going to learn today. Thank God that the career office in the university, together with the Office of the Student Affairs, together with your departments, are more than willing to help you work in this. And maybe some of the questions I'll be asking you young scholars. Number one, and you can write this down, you will reflect it maybe even at night. Are you pursuing a career path that you're comfortable in? Number two, do you have mentors? Do you have a mentor? Do you have mentors in career path? I know we could have social mentors. I know some of us here have spiritual mentors. But what about career mentors? Do you have a career mentor? And sometimes not just a career mentor that is a role model. You know, there's a difference between a role model and a career mentor, a mentor. A role model could be anybody. You could read about him or her even online. I can have Obama, the former president of the US, as my role model and just read about him. But when it comes to mentorship, you must have a relationship. You must be able to sit down with your mentor, communicate. You must be able to work with your mentor. You can even present your goals to the mentor and say, this is what I think, and this is where I want to go. How can I reach this particular point? So do you have a career mentor? Sometimes young people like you finally finish the university, and when you go out there for internship and sometimes the work opportunities, that is when you want to call back and even get a referee. Now, do you have a connection with some of the lecturers, some of the coordinators of the departments which you belong to? These are your immediate mentors. But notwithstanding, you could also get a mentor from elsewhere because we belong to this great nation, and you can have a mentor in a different organization or in a different institution. So do you have a career mentor? Number three question I want to ask us, young ladies and gentlemen, is that what is it that you are doing that will give you career stamina? Is there anything else you're pursuing? Is there anything else you're involved in that builds up to what you are doing in terms of your career growth? I know students who are doing para courses. Maybe somebody has decided that because I'm doing forensic science, I need to do some certificate in IT, some diploma in IT, because we are living in this current world whereby you do not even collect data or get some results and call somebody else to put that data in their computer. You are the same person who will do the same thing. So this is what I'm talking about. Some of us have already enrolled or we have done driving. Because if I'm pursuing a course like sales and marketing, I do not expect that somebody is going to give me a driver. And so are you in that field? Some of us are even pursuing some even those ones who are pursuing education, and they're doing some diploma in human resource management. Because maybe one day I become a manager and I will be able to manage some people. So what is it that you're doing? Or are you just pursuing Bachelor of Science, Petroleum Chemistry, and that is it? Is there a way you can add some stamina to the course, to the career path which you are in? So are you in that particular process? Number 4 question, are you networking? Do you have career networks? Career networks could be peer networking. Peer networking is where I am in Kisii University in the School of Law, but I am networking with somebody in Kabarak University. Because at the end of the day, it is still Bachelor of Laws. I want to find out their experiences. I want to find out what they've been exposed to. I want to find out what is it that they learn day to day. So are you peer networking in terms of career? You can also do peer networking in terms of those students who are ahead of you. If I am in second year, first year, and third year, I can network with fourth years. I can also network with those that are outside, maybe their internship and their attachment and they are already at work. I can do networking. And these summits give you the opportunity to network inside here. And I want to encourage us to keep these relationships, because it is only when I am at station B as a student of information science who has graduated, and now I have some internship program, it's only at that particular station that I will know that they will be needing somebody else to do this. And I'll quickly go back to my social network and say, come on, guys, there is an opportunity here. And I'm about to go back for master's and I want to leave this particular organization. I'm working at Huawei, doing computer science, for example. And I'm saying I'm going back for master's. They will be needing somebody. Would you kindly send in your request, your employment requests? And so we need to network. But I want to encourage us also to begin to network organizations, institutions, and companies that are related to what we are pursuing. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a lot of people who pursue things they never get to actualize. And that does not mean that as you pursue a degree, you must finally just end up into a job that is directly connected to what you're doing. But sometimes it will be very important for you to ask yourself, so what? 4 years I am pursuing, for example, actuarial science. And when I finish, I am going to work in an M-Pesa shop. Does not connect. And so you need to ask yourself, how do I get there? And that can be done through networking. Do not wait until you finish for you to begin networking with the organization. What is the worst that can happen? There are only two answers, yes or no. And so begin to find out what organizations, what companies, what institutions you can begin to network with. The next question, I don't know if it's question number 5. Is it number 5? Number 5? Hello? Question number 5. I want you to ask yourself, what exposure have you received so far? And how can you receive exposure? Number 1, you can receive exposure through volunteer program. Some of us have an opportunity to be able to get some exposure while you're on holiday. But you can also get exposure while you're a student. I've met some of you who are already doing some here and there on or in connection to what you're pursuing. You can get exposure by volunteering. When you volunteer, you learn. It's a time for experience. Take advantage of any time that you are not in class, and you can begin to get exposure. I wouldn't mind a student who is pursuing criminology and security studies. I wouldn't mind a student who is pursuing sociology taking upon herself or himself to volunteer, for example, at the probation office, at the judiciary, at the children department, at the gender office in Kisii County, Kisii Town. Because these are places which you can easily reach. You can go to class, and after class, you can walk to town, to the probation office, say, here I am, I want to volunteer. I want to volunteer. And so you can be able to get exposure. Are you exposed in your career path? There's so much time that sometimes we have, depending on the courses that we are pursuing, and we can get a lot of exposure and experience. Do not wait for graduation. How are you exposed? And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the last question that I want to ask you, you know, we're talking about technology, and all of us are holding our phones, or they're just next to us somewhere in the pocket or something. Are we able to brand ourselves? Are we a brand? These are questions I want to ask yourself. Am I a brand? Am I needed? You know, where there is a demand, there is a market. And where there is a market, there must be a demand. How do I make myself to be on demand? That if I am not doing this thing, then there's something, some gap. And because I am doing it, then there is no gap. And you can be able to ask yourself this. A lot of us are already entrepreneurs. If you're not one, ask yourself, when will I ever become one? The world I am living in and you are living in today, sons and daughters, does not require one job. You cannot survive on one job. And this is an opportunity as a student for 4 years, for 3 years, for 2 years, to be able to pursue, examine, assess, soul search, and see what else can I do. I don't believe in people who can only do one thing. And if not that, then they can't do another thing. I believe that we are talented. I believe that we are gifted differently. And did you know something? There's never a better place to realize this gift and talent than in this university. You can be able to think about this. Can you wake up your entrepreneurship skills? Some of these skills and gifts that are God-given. You can be in the school of business, pursuing BCom, but you can be a very good artist. And you can draw, and you can paint, and you can sell. You can be in the school of education, but then you can also be exemplary in terms of even other forms of art. Some of us can do business. Some of us can begin companies. And as young as you are, you can come together and begin a company, register one, and begin looking for business out there. And so you can do so much. Are you a brand? If you are not there today, can people fill a gap? Can you make yourself on demand? Because when they say this, when people are sitting, you need to stand up. When people are standing up, you need to be outstanding. And the world is looking for only outstanding people. Only the people that do not need to wait. They have to begin today. And so as we go through this particular session, I want you to know that we are blessed to have our guests with us, and we are going to learn a lot. But I also want to remind us, take advantage of the student career services that is around. And in brief, as I finish, we offer varied services. I normally want to repeat this to you, much as you know the services we offer. Do not just come there for clearance. When you come there for clearance, ask yourself, was this useful to me? I want to ask you that advantage of services there. Number one, we offer career guidance. Maybe you're feeling you don't know what, or maybe you're feeling you don't know organizations to network with. We have all the information, but we have connections. If you come to me and you want some connections with the School of Science, maybe you're pursuing forensic science, I know who to call there. If you come to me and you're pursuing law, I don't lecture law, but I know who to call to connect you and to mentor you. And so we offer career guidance. Sometimes some of us feel a little bit of anxiety about the grades that we have, anxiety about the careers that we have chosen. So we offer career counseling. This is a therapeutic relationship whereby we try as much as possible to help you either cope or find solutions to some of the things that are disturbing you, career related. But besides that, like I said, we help you in terms of mentorship, networking. We offer services that have to do with preparing you for the jobs or for employment. We know that some of us are already going to be employers, but also there are people who are going to be employees. So how do you get to these particular companies? We offer mock interviews. We have done that in the past. And even this particular semester, we're organizing one for the School of Information Science and Technology. We will be training some of you to be ambassadors in the second, third week of December. preparing you in simple matters. For example, as we teach you, we want you to teach out there. Confirm with somebody. Can you do a CV? Can your CV be used to make or to fit in another job? Or you have one stagnant CV, if not for this job, then it cannot work elsewhere. Teach you how to do cover-up letters. We teach you how to be able to connect with your mentors, the referees and people like that. So we offer that. And so you will begin to understand that if you have not utilized any of our services, then why are you here? Take advantage of the career office and take advantage of being able to create this career stamina for a better future. I want to wish you well, and I want to ask you to enjoy the day. At this particular juncture, allow me to invite the Dean of Students, Dr. Gladys Osoro, to come and open this particular function. God bless you.
At this juncture, we want to invite the Dean of Students, Dr. Gladys Osoro, to do also the opening remarks and even the brief on the club summit. Karibu Daktari. Let's applaud for her.
Thank you, our MC. Our invited guests, those who are present physically, and those ones who are with us virtually, the staff members present, the student leaders present, the various leaders from the clubs and societies, and the leaders of the club summit, our dear students, both physically and virtually, good morning. How are you? Yes, I want to thank Madam Roda, the coordinator affairs, Kisii University, for giving us that snapshot of what we are doing as an institution on careers. And I want to heartily appreciate the organizers of this event, our guests who have worked with us and who have allowed themselves to be of significance to us this day, as we want to encourage our students on leveraging on technology for career advancement. We want to appreciate you for agreeing to partner with us. I want to say that this event has been and is in the light of the Student Affairs and Careers activity, and with the club at Kisii University, we have more than 148 clubs and societies registered. It means that our students are very, very vibrant, and in these clubs, they are divided into various cohorts because we cannot have every club organize its own activity. It will be too much. And for that, we have divided them into various cohorts. We have the professional cohort, we have the edu service cohort, and the others. And this is very significant because when we come together and we bring the various talents and gifts that we have, we are able to do even much better. And that is why we have this. So I heartily appreciate the chair of the summit who has worked tirelessly to ensure that we have this day a success from the club summit. And I want to encourage those of us who are still waiting to get here, kindly inform your members that the program has already started. If you know your friend, your brother, your sister who is not here physically, is meant to be here, tell them to come. We are going to get our Vice Chancellor to come and officially open, even as we continue with the program. And I want to say that this program actually started yesterday. We had the founder of the Corporate Career Academy and the director of Upstake America and the founder of the Kenya Airlift Program worked with us yesterday. We were the VC, and this is the good, and many other stakeholders who are coming today from the corporate world work with us in our various fields. So feel welcome. This is significant, and it is good to always come with a pen and a paper, jot something down. We are leveraging on technology, and I know many of us usually can even use our smartphones to do all this work. So it is good, be attentive. So there is a lot lined up for you. Time is well spent. So with those many remarks, I want to say that feel welcome to this Career Fair Day for Kisii University 2021. We are almost coming to the close of the year, and you are good people. And I want to take this opportunity to just invite the next speaker. Our next speaker is not new to us. He's one person who has got special interest at Kisii University. Very, very special interest at, with the student population of Kisii University, because his passion is to nurture young people so that they can take the right career path and encourage them and even connect them to the outside world. And I believe this is very, very significant to each one of us seated here as a student, because after here, then what next? Isn't it? Because there is a lot of uncertainty in the world of work. But if we give you the right skills, we nurture you properly using our mentors that the newest doctor in waiting, Madam Rhoda Auni, or Dr. Rhoda Auni, has already talked about. We are going to eliminate the anxieties and the dilemmas that are there. So allow me to introduce to you our next speaker. Our next speaker did his first undergrad at Egerton University. He pursued BCom insurance option. Then he also holds an MBA in insurance option from Juka University. He is the founder of Corporate Career Academy. He is the head of Bank Assurance, Jubilee Health Assurance. He is also certified in digital marketing, career coaching, leadership, and mentorship. This is none other than Livingstone Makori. Can we give him a round of an applause as he comes? A better one? A better one? Wow, thank you so much. Livingstone, the podium is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Soro. And I'm very glad to be with you today. My name is Livingstone Makori, has just been mentioned. But today I want to take, because of the program, I'll come back to talk more about Corporate Career Academy, the partners, and what we are doing. For now, I want to take this humble opportunity to introduce our speakers who are online, and they have some sessions going on. Feel free to type your questions and send them to us. We'll be able to answer them. So I'll be able to speak after this, the two speakers. So I want to introduce our first speaker who is talking to us. I want to introduce Faith Wawira Nyaga. Faith Wawira Nyaga is the Director Special Programs at ISACA Kenya. ISACA is one of the international organizations supporting students to grow in their career. They are very good programs for us. She'll be able to mention them and what will benefit Kisii University in specific. She has 8 years of professional experience in information technology, both in public and the private sector. Faith is also a systems analyst. She has done operations management, systems analyst, emerging technologies, and she's also interested in improving efficiency in work. So Faith currently works at as the senior ICT officer at the Water Resource Authority, and we are glad to have her here today. So Faith, feel free to continue from there. Meet the unshared students of Kisii University and the management who are here today, and then we can proceed from there. Thank you very much, and you are welcome. So as far as questions are concerned, feel free to write them down. We'll be able to ask them. She's joining us virtually. Then from there, we'll also have another speaker, the director and the founder of Kisii Africa, who will also talk to us about the programs they have specifically for the youth. So Faith, feel free to join us, and welcome to our session.
Thank you, Livingstone. Am I audible enough? Am I audible, Livingstone? Are you able to hear me? Are you able to hear my voice? Thank you, thank you. I've been told I'm audible, so I can proceed. So as Livingstone mentioned, my name is Faith Wawira. I am a director at ISACA. We on special programs. Special programs, we deal with various programs that includes youth, women, and people from all diverse areas. I was given the topic future industry leaders, which is very interesting because we know at the point that we are currently, so many things are changing, especially technology-wise. And I think the future will only belong to those people who are prepared and people who are looking at where the technology is going, what are the trends in technology. So many is happening in the IT space. So it's upon us, students, every professional.
Faith?
Yes.
Your audio has a problem. Currently, we are not hearing you.
Oh, you're not able to hear me now?
So sorry for that hiccup. We are solving that. Yeah. Today we are talking about the advancement of technology in career. So we are also going to address those things. Yeah. But shortly, we are going to
kindly use the chat to
have so that we have
okay. Maybe I can change the device and see if it works better.
Personally, I can hear you. Within the meeting, maybe it can check from the session.
Oh, okay.
I already talked to Livingstone. He's already looking at it from their end.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, because within the meeting, you're audible.
Okay.
You can hear us?
Yes, I can hear you perfect.
No, sorry. Now you can start.
We can proceed.
Maybe you can start right from the beginning. Now we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. All right, so thank you again for looking into that. I was just mentioning, I mentioned my name. My name is Faith Wawira. I am a director at ISACA, special programs. I was mentioning how it's an interesting topic that you've been given here, future industry leaders. And from where we are sitting right now at this current decade, there's so much happening and very interesting things happening in the technology space. There's a lot of changes and a lot of emerging technology, and there's gonna be a huge shift on how technology has always been and technology has been in the years that have passed, because now things are moving out to things which are much better, faster. I know if you speak to someone who was maybe a professional in the 1990s and they stuck to what they knew, to the technology that they knew that time, and they did not and they were not able to unlearn and relearn and learn new things, they got stuck there, because in the past decade, so many things have changed. So even in the coming decade, in the coming years between now and 2030, you're gonna see a lot of interesting stuff. So it's an awakening time for everybody. So we need to be able to be on the lookout, look out what is coming up, make sure we are all prepared. You know, maybe in the 90s, there are people who are perfect in technologies such as MS-DOS. And then now those things, when softwares and programs changed, things became difficult. Those people are pros in their field, but now they had to change and learn new technology. So technology is always changing. It's always transforming. It's always changing the way people are doing things. And we all need to be able to get prepared, get to learn new things, get to be open-minded, and learn, be able to learn new things coming up. So I'm gonna talk about Isaka, and I have an echo. Maybe someone needs to mute. Thank you. So I'm gonna look at what is Isaka. I'm gonna look at the professional courses that we offer. I'm gonna look at how you become a member, an Isaka member. I'm gonna look at how students can form groups and how they benefit from these groups. And I'm gonna look at other programs that Isaka is doing. So what is Isaka? Isaka is a professional body. It's an international professional body which was established in 1969. It's a non-profit association with about 145 professionals from 180 countries. And it spans from roles in assurance, governance, risk, and information security. And if you look at this, all professionals fall around this roles. So it's not specifically for the IT people, because now IT roles has been embedded in all these other professionals, whether you're an engineer, whether you're a doctor, assurance, governance, all these things have to come into play in your professional work. So Isaka has about 220 chapters established in over 180 countries worldwide. These chapters provide members with education, research sharing, advocacy, professional networking, and a host of all other benefits on a local level. So in Kenya, we have a chapter which has grown tremendously for over the last 21 years. It started with 8 members, and currently we've grown to about 1,528. So members include CEOs, CFOs, CIOs, auditors, educators, information security, control professionals, information security and control professionals, students, and also IT specialists and consultants. So the chapter, the Kenya chapter is the second largest in Africa after South Africa. So what is the Isaka purpose? Isaka inspires confidence that enables innovation through technology. And it's a promise to our members that to help business, technology professionals, and the enterprises around the world to be able to realize a positive potential of technology. So I wanna go through some of the professional courses that we offer, and I'm gonna maybe specifically look at 3 specific ones. Just a minute, I want to share my browser. I wanna share specifically 3 courses which are very relevant to students. And one thing for us, when we were in the university, nobody told us about being a member of a professional body, or how we become prepared to become, what courses we should take to get prepared to have before we are able to join the job hunting space. And then now you realize when you're getting to the office, you're employed, the people who had that information, they had an upper hand. Because when you belong to a professional body, you get an instant recognition because people take you with a little bit of seriousness. They see you're serious with what you're doing. You belong to something that has a bigger cost. You're taken differently. So it's a good thing as a student to be able to know what courses you can do now that can be able to leverage you as a student, as even as you try to get to market place to look for a job, you're already looking at someone who is already specializing in a certain course. So so we have courses like CISA, which is for information security auditors. We have C-Risks. This is a course for risk professionals, information security manager. We have Seagate, which is a governance enterprise IT certificate. But I want to specifically concentrate on these two. I'm going to share this link on the chat after the presentation, and our students can be able to look at it. So we have this CSXP. It's a security practitioner course. And this is very common with our students because this course already, you'll do a fundamental kind of a course, and then do a practitioner course. And this course is hands-on. And if anyone in tech space right now knows, issues of cybersecurity are huge. And cybersecurity is something every other organization that runs on information systems. Cybersecurity is huge. So this is a course that a student, if you're able to prepare yourself and go through this course at this time, by the time you're out there, are you able to be very qualified enough and a recognized student professional who seems to be already knowing what is current and what is evolving, and you learn a lot about how to identify, protect, detect, respond, and be able to recover security issues. So this is one of the courses. This is a very popular course among students. There's an interesting game here I see they have put, whereby student, you can be able to, by playing this game, you can be able to gauge your skills on how informed you are about issues of cybersecurity. So there's another course that is very interesting, and this is a course that prepares you for the future. Like I had mentioned when I was starting, technology is changing and it's evolving very fast. Technology as we know it in the next decade, it's gonna change a lot. There's so much happening, there's so much innovation happening. We have technologies such as 5G, IoTs, that is Internet of Things. We have AI, artificial intelligence. So being a student and being able to undertake such a course at this time, you're able to get like hands-on knowledge on what is coming and how you're able to prepare yourself on what is coming up. And good thing, technology does not, emerging technology does not, is not cut for a specific group of people. Emerging technologies are able to cut across every other person. I saw the MC mentioning about, that we have people having different careers nowadays. We have people who are working as a social engagement and being able to be able to boost ratings and all those things, and be able to update social pages for politicians and such. That's a job that has come up because of emerging technologies, and that is in the past 10 years the issue of social media has been huge. So on emerging technology, you're going to be introduced to cloud fundamentals, you're going to be introduced to blockchain fundamentals, you're going to be introduced to IoT. IoT is Internet of Things. You're going to learn about the IoT concepts. You've heard of driverless cars coming up in future. So those cars will have, because of technologies such as IoT and artificial intelligence, that's why how the world is able to achieve a car that is able to drive itself. So this is very interesting. Good thing, these certificates are recognizable world over. So it's a course that you do, and wherever you're gonna be in this world, it's recognizable. So I mentioned about emerging technology. So there's another course very interesting for students that can be able to boost your career on a very high note, and that is being certified as an IT associate. And like I've been mentioning, this is not specific for IT students. These are courses that every other student, in whatever profession that you're taking, you're able to undertake this course, and it's gonna introduce you to concepts about computing, about networks and infrastructure, cybersecurity, software development, data science. Yeah, so I'm gonna share the ISACA website. There's so much more information that you're able to get from here that can be able to show you how you get started, how do you enroll for these courses, where do you get the materials from, who are the other people who are doing this, and how can you are able to network with them. Yeah, so I'm gonna share this and on the chat also, and I'm also gonna share this with the facilitators of the event, and they can share with the students about ISACA page and many other materials that they can be able to benefit from. So going back to my presentation. Okay, so a question would ask, why would I join ISACA? So joining ISACA as a student member is going to help you to connect with industry leaders and reach your full potential. ISACA student membership opens many doors to connections. There's a lot of knowledge sharing. There's a lot of professional development tools that are going to help you to build a very successful career. One of them, just what we mentioned about professional development. There's a lot of content on certifications. There's a lot of content through webinars. There's a lot of content through newsletters. So there's a lot of information that you can access to that has been done by industry leaders that can help you as a student be able to grow professionally. And then there's professional recognition. This comes through you being able to write a paper, being able to get involved into online forums, being able to participate, like being able to speak on an event. You can also volunteer at your local chapter. We have one of the volunteers, Kevin Tuei, is one of the student leaders at ISACA. He's also working with corporate career. So it's a good opportunity because it exposes you to a lot of opportunities in the world. And then again, depending on how you're gonna be able to be innovative and creative enough, you might find yourself winning a global award through your work. So it's an interesting space to be at, volunteering and being able to participate in the local chapters activities. So there's also a lot of networking opportunities because ISACA holds conferences, trainings, seminars, events. We have community activities. So through this, you're able to engage with different professionals in the industry. Imagine you go to a meeting, for instance, with the CEO of, to a seminar or a talk, a webinar talk, a physical webinar talk with the CEO of Safaricom. When you're there in that space, it's very easy to approach such kind of a person and you have a conversation. Otherwise, you wouldn't go and knock on the office to meet them. But in a space like that, you're able to meet, engage, and exchange, and be able to network, exchange numbers, and you become friends. So it's also an interesting place. And through joining a professional body, you're able to gain insights, you're able to gain guidance, and also being able to practice your professional through volunteering and being able to collaborate with other people and what you're doing. And above from these four that I've listed here, when you join a professional body, you're able to broaden your knowledge in a huge way. and you're able to take charge of your career. A professional body usually has something that we call continuous professional education hours, and through that you're supposed to demonstrate that you're learning, you're gaining new skills, you're gaining new knowledge, and then you're through that you're able to report to the professional body how you've acquired and how you've acquired skills and knowledge over a year, and see through that you're able to take charge. So you can't remain the same. You can't remain a museum. So you keep growing and growing in your career and being able to keep in touch with what is changing in the industry. So we have 3 types of membership. We have professional membership, and this is for individuals interested, people who are already in their workplaces and they're in the fields that you mentioned here. And professional membership equips you with the resources, training, and education that you need to expand your professional development opportunities. And nowadays, you find in some institutions, it's a must for you to belong to a professional body, and it's a must for you to be able to have a professional certificate. Even some of the employers, as they advertise for jobs, they ask you, they put it as a requirement. Or if you belong to a professional body, you get an upper hand. And if you have a professional certificate, you get an upper hand during the recruitment process. So we also have recent graduates. These are graduates who have just come from college, and maybe within the last 2 years, there's a package for them. They can join, and then what this does allows you to build the fundamental principles and knowledge base that you gain in school, and now you're able to transition and apply what you've learned in school towards practical ways of working experience. And we have programs that we're able to network these people and being able to join them with the people who are already experienced and advanced in the professional space, so that they're able also to grow faster and they're able to learn from the people who have already been there in the industry. So we also have student membership, and this may be of interest in this event, but not saying we also have lecturers, we have other staff within the university also who can look at the other 2 other membership packages that I mentioned in the other slide. So to qualify for student membership, you have to need to have to verify that you're currently enrolled in a degree-seeking program and provide evidence that you're studying towards receiving an associate, a bachelor's, or a master's level degree from a recognized college or university. The application is done through the ISACA website. They will ask you for modes of verification, and you'll give a copy of your class schedule, university transcript, and the university letter. So these are the student fee. If you're a new member, you pay $30. That's about 3,000 Kenyan shillings annually. And every year you renew with the $30. So if you pay now, there's no renewal fee. So for the remaining part of the year, you're gonna enjoy all the benefits for free. We also have what we call ISACA Global Student Community, and ISACA Global Students Community connects you to over 400 universities which are affiliated to ISACA worldwide. And you find this student, there's a platform that we have in ISACA that is called Engage, and you find all these students are able to collaborate, they're able to have discussions, they're able to come and discuss various students' needs. So it's a very good space to be able to join the global student community and being able to get connected to all other students in other universities across the world. I know we also been planning to have like a forum, an event whereby we bring all these students, and we have a student forum or a student conference run purely by students, and let the student be able to champion the keynote speaking, all the speaking, because again, sometimes as already seasoned professionals, when we are talking about student issues, sometimes we would want to listen to the students. The students know what what they are facing in the space that they are. So if also give them an opportunity to come out and speak and tell the world, this is how the students also are preparing to be future leaders. So that's something we're also looking for. So I would encourage our students to be able to join the student global community and participate in the Engage platform. So we have a student group. One of the best advantage of having a student group. So these are, like for instance, Kisii University, we can have Isaka student group. One of the advantage of being a student group, you don't have to pay. There's no payment that is required, but yet you're gonna be able to benefit all the beneficiaries of a student member. So if it's access to courses at a discount prices, being able to access free content, being able to attend free webinars, all the newsletters, and all any other advantage that is associated being of a student member. If you're a student group and you've registered as a student group, for instance, Isaka Kisii University student group, you're gonna be able to enjoy all the benefits, both local and global for Isaka. So this is something to note, and this is something that we usually encourage our students. And then again, you find now Kisii University's Isaka student group, you're able to connect with maybe Strathmore student group, you're able to connect with Nairobi student group. So if there's no student group in Kisii University, so I challenge you, go have these recommendations that we have here, the guidelines for forming a group. I will share this. I'll share this. Also, Kevin and myself, we are always available. You can always call us if you have any questions on how to register a student group. And we encourage students to join student groups. When you join a Isaka student group, you also get opportunity to volunteer in Isaka, and also being able to do other programs that we have that you're running as a group. And there's also a lot of official recognition. So if you're an official, a student, you belong to a student group, there's a recognition that you get as a student. So this is something I encourage you to do, form student groups, and these groups are also nice because you also get to connect with other similar groups within locally, and also globally we do that connection as well. So I wanted to mention of some of the programs that we're running currently. We have a foundation that is called One in Tech, and I'm not so sure if the audio will play. I'm gonna copy this and put it in the chat, and maybe I'll ask the host to play this video for us. Livingstone, if you're able to play this video to the students.
We have a very short, tight schedule.
It's a like 30 seconds video, but I'm almost done. Or maybe I'll share and they watch at a later time. That's fine, if that's fine. So I'll share the video and it will be played maybe at a later time when maybe you're going out for break or something, because of time. So we have programs where we do, we lead tech, she leads tech, and young leaders in tech. These programs you can participate in. We encourage professionals to be able to participate. We lead tech empowers groups who, because of it, because you see, technology does not know where you come from. Technology does not know which color or race you are. So we're able to, it doesn't even know where you come, whether you live in Mombasa, Turkana. Technology does not recognize that. So through this program, we're able to have opportunities that build leadership from across all diverse places. So we also have a She Leads Tech, and this is a program that empowers women, because we find women again are a bit low represented in the tech force. So this is a program that I encourage even the ladies in the group, in the hall, to be able to attach themselves. She Leads Tech, whereby you get connections to other industry women leaders, and they're able to mentor you, and we have a mentorship program for the same. We have Young Leaders in Tech, whereby we try to empower children who are maybe under-resourced, underrepresented, with the right skills and knowledge and able to help them know what are the cyber risks happening currently, and how can they be able to be well prepared, and also give them the best, the knowledge that they require to be able to be cyber aware. ISACA, through One in Tech, you are able to, this is what we say, our slogan is, we have the opportunity to change the future through the digital world. And through either collaborating or volunteering, you're able to find a way in which you're able to build a healthier digital world. So I'll share also details on this and how we can, this is a platform that anyone in any space can join One in Tech and take any other program and volunteer there, and being able to build a better digital world in the future. So this is how we can be reached as ISACA. I will share also all this in contact details that you can be reached at. And yeah, for further information or further engagement, you can reach us through this contact. We are located at Mombasa Road, Vision Plaza, third floor. So thank you. That will be the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Faith. I'll ask you to stay a little bit. We introduce the next guest, then you can answer question, the two of you. She's also in technology. So I want to take this chance to appreciate Faith for the information. We'll also be able to form the ISACA club within this university and support students irrespective of the course you are doing, so that you can also be able to grow and know where we are moving to. So I want to take this chance, Faith, as you just wait around, to introduce our next speaker, who will also talk about technology and what they are doing to empower young people. So I want to introduce Regina Njima from Kisii Africa. Kisii Africa is also working to empower the future generation to be able to participate in technology and understand the emerging technologies. So she'll be sharing a presentation. I'll give her room to introduce herself and proceed with the presentation. We are expecting the VC to also address us and kick off the event. So she has also a very short time. So after this, you'll ask all your questions, then we allow them to respond. Thank you very much. So Regina, if you can hear me, welcome to our session this morning. We are at Kisii University, talking to students from all professions, all the courses, and I know your information is ideal to each one of them. Welcome and take it over from here.
Well, thank you so much, Livingstone. And just to check, can you hear me well?
Yes, you are very clear.
And are you able to see my slides? Are you able to see my slides? Can someone advise whether you're able to see the slides, please?
Regina, you can proceed.
Are you able to? So, are you able to see the slides, Livingstone? Please confirm.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
All right, perfect. All right, so I'll start with briefly introducing myself. I'm Regina Njima, and I'm the co-founder of a company called Kisii Africa. And I'm also the CEO of the same organization. So what we do at Kisii Africa is we accelerate Africa's abundance, and we do that by empowering young people like yourselves to be able to thrive in the digital era. So when you talk about thriving, it's for you to thrive career-wise, for you to thrive economically, and we empower you by giving you the resources that you need, the information that you need. We connect you to like-minded people so that you are able to have people around you to be able to thrive in the changing times. And I'm really glad I'm talking after Faith. Faith, your talk was very relevant to what I'm going to talk about. And I'm actually happy that you're going to share the Q&A, because I thought the resources you provided the participants are actually very useful. So now let's jump in very quickly. So here is a graph on human adaptability versus technological change. So when you look at the graph, you'll see the rate of change versus time. So here you'll see how we human adapt at a very slow rate. So the rate at which we adapt is almost linear, and that's because we humans we are not able to change very quickly. So the way we learn is very slow. The way we do most of our stuff is a very slow rate as compared to how technology is changing. So technology grows at a very fast rate, and in technology that's actually digital grows at an exponential rate. So that means for us to be able to adapt, we need to get skills, or we need to be empowered on how to learn faster so that we can take advantage of the technological changes. And also our governance needs to be also very smart so they can also be able to keep up with the technological change. And this is why we have Kisii Africa, and my talk is actually related to this graph. So this is a very important graph. So work has changed over the last couple of years because of technological change. We've seen, especially in countries, in the first world countries, many people are losing their jobs because of digitization and automation. And COVID-19 has actually accelerated that rate. So once we had COVID-19, companies reported to they reported that 83% 83% of their workers were working from home, so they scaled remote work by 83%. Digitization went up 84%, and automation went up 50%. So that shows you how the work environment totally got disrupted. And when we talk about the work environment, we're talking about three aspects. So it's the work itself, what work are available right now. In terms of workplace, are people going to the building or are they working from home? And also in regards to the person, like the workforce. So how is also that changing? So that has totally changed for the last couple of years, and it's going to change today, and it's also going to change tomorrow. So there's a lot of change that's happening. So a study that was done by the World Economic Forum showed that the rise of machines and automation eliminated 85 million jobs. So 85 million jobs are going to be lost by 2025. So those are a ton of jobs. But gladly, 97 million new jobs are going to be created. So we're having jobs that are going away, but also we're having way more jobs that are going to be created. So the difference is about 12 million jobs. So that means we all need, especially young people like yourself, we all need to make sure that we have the right skill set to take advantage of the new jobs that are being created and not the outdated jobs that are actually going away. And I'll show you a graph on showing what jobs those are. So when you look at this slide, you'll see on the right hand the growing job demands. So those jobs are jobs like data analysts and scientists, AI and machine learning, big data specialists, digital marketing, process automation, business development, digital transformation specialists, and the list goes on. Then when you look at the jobs that are going away, and these jobs that are going away because of automation and digitization, those are jobs like data entry. So these are jobs that are currently automated. You don't need to employ someone to do these jobs. We have jobs like administration and executive secretaries. These are jobs that are already being done by AI. So I hope none of you is looking into studying to become a secretary. We have jobs like accounting, bookkeeping, payrolls. Again, these are being disrupted by blockchain and by technology. We already now have softwares that are doing all the accounting jobs. So if this is an area that you're in, it's awesome, but at least you need to learn how to work with the software so that at least you can remain relevant in the next couple of years. And the list goes on. You can see the jobs that are actually going away, the 85 million jobs that are going away. And the reason I'm showing this is not to make you panic. This is actually an information that's supposed to empower you so that you can position yourself in making sure that you're in a career that actually will remain relevant. So, and that can also be done by just making sure that you're aware and you have basic skills on how to work with basic softwares and any technology tool. So now let's look at the global job trends. So this is the current situation right now. So when you look at global job demands, this is a very small list. Of course, it's longer. So we have jobs like cybersecurity. After COVID-19 in 2020, a lot of work went online. So that meant the people who, like the malicious people who are into hacking and all that, were able to have a lot of market to be able to hack. So cybersecurity jobs have been on the rise. One of the statistics that I got the other day was for every 14 job positions that are being advertised on cybersecurity, employers can only fill one job. So we have 14 jobs and employers can only fill one job. So this shows you there's a huge demand in the cybersecurity area if this is something that you'd like to get into. Blockchain. So blockchain in 2018 and up to now has been growing at tremendous rate. Actually, it has the most potential when it comes to job opportunities. Then you have automation. Could be drone, could be robots that's affecting the logistics supply chain. Faith talked about the driverless vehicle. This is another area that's also growing very high. Digitization, now we are all into online shopping. So this is an area that's, again, it's growing. Technology of all sectors, software, app development, product management. And another huge area that has actually perhaps not getting as much attention is climate change. So there's a lot of, there's a lot of focus on mitigating and providing climate change solution. And one way that you'll be able to solve that big global grand challenge is by using technology. So climate tech is also getting billions and billions of dollars. So it's another area that some of you might want to look into. So these are really growing job demands, and they're different. And I'll talk about how to skill up on this. So what does this mean? So this means that we all need to reskill very urgently, because jobs are changing very fast. Between now and 2025, the job landscape is going to change. And the only way for you, once you graduate, for you to be able to get a job is making sure that you have different skill set. So for example, if you're taking a course in, I don't know, finance or marketing, make sure that you are also learning something else so that you can be very competitive. Don't just focus in one area. So it's really important to be able to get diverse of skills so that you can become very competitive once you enter the job market. So definitely we need to future-proof our skills because of the changes in the job market. So these are some of the skills that we all need to be able to thrive. So we need to have critical thinking. We have to be critical thinkers. There's a lot of information that's being spread online, like you get a lot of information on WhatsApp, Facebook, etc. And we need to be critical thinkers to be able to look at the information and decide, is this legit information? Is this just propaganda? And also that's a skill set that will also help you to thrive in the workplace, so that when you get a project, you can be a critical thinker and kind of like figure out how to do the job. Another skill set is working in team and collaboration. This is actually a really important skill set because even with automation and AI, machines cannot learn how to collaborate. We as human beings would need to learn how to collaborate, so that these are really important skills that we can do and outperforms machine, because we're getting into an era where we'll be working very closely with machines and in teams. So it's a very important skill. And one of the ways that you can do that is anytime you're given a project in the university, in your school, make sure that you're learning how to work with teams. It's hard usually, and it usually takes a lot more time when you're working in teams, but it's a very important skill set to learn how to work with other people. Then there is communication. This again, it's very basic. Communication is very key on how to have persuasive communication, to share your idea. This is something that you can even start learning at university. If you have an opportunity to be able to speak, please put yourself out there. And also it's as small as how you're sending a text message to a professional contact. Is that message professional enough? Or are you using slang and information that's just not very respectful? So it's as simple as text message, email messages, how you communicate to people. Is it professional enough? Are you persuasive enough? It's a very, very important skill set that actually, when I interact with young people, my heart breaks at how young people don't know how to communicate. Yes, it's something that we all can learn and be able to engage other people to join, to understand what we're saying. The other thing is creative problem solving. We have a ton of problems. You'll also have a lot of problems when you join the workforce, including, no, I'm sure you have a lot of problems. But I think the mindset that we all need to have is look at problems as opportunities and also figure out a creative way of solving it, not just solving it the way any other person is solving the problem, because that will not give you, that will not be able to solve the problem as it should be. Then having a global mindset, we are all connected. What's happening in the US is impacting us. What's happening in China is impacting us. So it's really just having that global mindset as you're getting the skill set and trying to understand what's happening in other parts of the world. Then in terms of technology, we need to understand, get a lot of information, be able to interact with different media platforms, and we all need to have just basic skill sets on technology. You don't need to be a guru, but make sure you understand technology, where it's going, the trends, the opportunities. That's very critical for all of us. On the right side, we have other fundamental skills like a growth mindset. Like, this is a mindset that just helps you to learn consistently. We all need to be adaptable. The world is changing. So how do we become comfortable with an uncomfortable situation? We'll all be leaders in different areas. We need to be ethical people. There's a lot of corruption, not just here in Kenya, most of Africa, including the US, all parts of the world. So it's how do we learn to be ethical human beings? And especially as we're interacting with technology, technology is going to empower us a lot. How can we use technology and make sure that we're using it in an ethical way? Then again, we need to create impact and also learn how to be able to fit into business. And the one thing that I'd want you to take away from this slide is we all need to be generalists. So for you to get all these skills, it means that you need to have a mindset of learning a lot of different skills so that you can be a generalist. You can have expert domain in one area, but also make sure that you're putting yourself out there to learn a bunch of other skill sets so that you can be competitive. The other thing that we all need to do, yourself, including myself, is to learn the 21st century skills. So this means you need to learn how to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. And I'm going to talk about this. So again, the world is changing. So you'll have situations that are they're making you to be anxious, that are making you to be a bit nervous. So we need to learn how to sit with that uncomfortableness and putting yourself in situations that are making you uncomfortable, because that's the only way that you're going to learn. Don't be complacent. Don't do things that are very comfortable, that just like things that you can do with your eyes closed. Put yourself out there in uncomfortable situation, because that's how you learn. Then you also need to learn that everyone fails. Every single person fails. That could be from Obama to like all the amazing people that you know. When you listen to their story, these people have failed not once, not twice, not thrice. But once you fail, you have to learn from it. So when you put yourself out there, then you fail. Don't have a mindset where you're pulling yourself down. Just know like this is a learning opportunity. Try to learn from that opportunity. The other thing that I'll also talk about is the need for continuous learning. And lastly, don't be a perfectionist. So the perfect is the enemy of done. So here the message is try to do something. If it needs to be definitely above average, but don't spend a lot of time trying to make something perfect, because that will also hold you back. You'll not be able to take opportunities where you know that you are not the best. And by doing that, you'll not be able to learn. Another thing that I'll encourage you all to do, I know you're still students in university, but try to start working on your CV. Create a CV. A CV should not be long. It needs to be 1 page, maximum 2 pages long. I don't care whether you have 50 years of experience, a CV should be 2 pages long. No one has the time to read a long CV. So have a short CV. Just make sure that you're customizing your CV to hit all the things that you've done. You don't have to talk about your entire life history. Also make use of LinkedIn. There are so many job opportunities on LinkedIn. Go on LinkedIn, create a LinkedIn profile so that at least you can appear professionally somewhere online. So go on LinkedIn, update your LinkedIn profile, talk about what you're doing, talk about all the other skill sets that you're doing, make use of the online courses, and make sure that you're listing all those other skill sets that you're getting on LinkedIn. It's such a cool way of connecting yourself. And anytime employers are trying to hire, they do an online search on people. So if you have a LinkedIn profile that's talking on all the amazing things you've done, you'll be at an advantage that someone who doesn't have that. Faith has talked about professional development opportunities. take advantage of that and many other platforms that will be enable you to network and meet other people. I was able, when I was in university, I got my first job because of being in a professional development club. And that's how I got my first job when I was still a first year. So make use of these opportunities, network with these people. You'll be able to interact with professionals who could coach you, who could mentor you. So make use of that. Then also, if you are privileged or you have the capacity, try to volunteer and do experiential learning. So if you know someone who can give an opportunity, just go in, even if they're not paying you, and if you can pay your basic bills, put yourself out there and take this opportunity, because that's the only way you're going to learn. Just don't be complacent, put yourself out there. Here is a number of platforms that I'd want to encourage you to look into. Most of these offer a lot of courses. So some of the courses I've talked about on blockchain, on cybersecurity, on digital marketing, on business development, strategy, communication, you can find them on a number of these platforms. So for example, there's been a partnership between Coursera and Google, and they are providing a number of courses for free of charge. The only thing that you're going to need is an internet connection and a smartphone, or perhaps a laptop or a computer. Then you'll be able to learn. And most of those courses they are providing are actually very, very competitive. We have Khan Academy, we have LinkedIn Learning, you have Udemy. Most of these have courses that are ranging from 1,000 shillings to somewhere from 3,000 shillings. So make use of this, because the courses are very affordable. And this is in addition to what you're doing in university. So I know you're learning, you're trying to get a degree, get that degree, but all the downtime that you have, make sure you're using that downtime to learn other skill set. So I'm happy to share this slide. These are really a bunch of platforms that you can take advantage of and be able to learn new skill sets. So I'll ask this question. This is actually a rhetorical question, because I've talked a lot about careers in technology. So the question is, do you think you need to be a coder or an engineer to thrive in the digital era? And the digital era is the era we are in right now, and we'll be in this era for the next 10, 20 years. It's the most disruptive era ever. So do you think you need to be a coder or an engineer to thrive in the digital era? And the answer to that is actually no. And the reason is you need to learn basic skill set, but you don't need to learn to a point where you need to be a coder or an engineer. And the reason I bring this up is I know not all of us are excited or are passionate about coding and being an engineer. There are many other job opportunities that you still be able to thrive in. But you need to be able to have basic understanding of technology that are digital, that are disrupting our workforce, that are disrupting society, that is disrupting all aspects of our life. You need to have that awareness, and you need to understand the trends, like where are these technologies going and how are they impacting the society. So once you have that, you'll still be able to take advantage of those technologies. And I found this graph I thought it was really relevant, because this is a graph on just cybersecurity. So here you can see that out of the cybersecurity career, 41% are engineers. So those are the coders, that they're engineers. But then you have then you have like 22% are in sales. So if you're a salesperson, this is also an opportunity for you to be able to get into cybersecurity, but you need to understand it enough to be able to sell it. So you need to have that basic understanding so you can be able to sell it. You can also see opportunities in marketing, opportunities in operation, and others. The same applies in technologies such as AI. The same applies in technologies such as blockchain. So you just need to understand enough, then you get in this other, so you can be able to also take advantage of that new career, whether you're an engineer or a coder or not. Make sure you understand these technologies, because they're really going to disrupt our lives. They're actually already doing that right now. So what are the key takeaways? I only have two takeaways for this talk, and I hope that when you leave with these two takeaways. So the first thing, always think of yourself as a beta version I'm a huge fan of Kipchoge Keino. We all know Kipchoge Keino. He's one of the best athletes ever. Actually, he was voted as one of the best male athletes. And he has this mindset of no human is limited. And the way he is able to push himself is because he thinks of himself as a beta version. So a beta version in technology or in software is a version that usually companies send out fast for customers to be able to test it. Then they continue working on it until it becomes a better version. So we also need to be thinking of ourselves as a better version, and we need to continue to be working on ourselves. And the one way of working on ourselves is making sure that we are putting ourselves out there. We are trying to learn as many things as possible, and we embrace what Kipchoge Keino is doing because we have so much potential, and we can be able to just push ourselves until we become the best versions of ourselves. It doesn't matter whether you're 10 or you're 15 or you're 20 or 25 or even 90, we can all still improve ourselves. So always think of ourselves as a better version. Then the other one, which I've kept saying this over and over again, is we never stop learning. Because of the changes that's happening on technology, and you saw that first graph that I showed you, technology is changing at a very fast rate. So you cannot afford to get a degree, then sit at home and look for a job. That's not going to help you. We now have to learn continuously. Whether even if you're planning to do a PhD, even after the PhD, you still have to continue to learn. Learning does not end. And this is what's going to make you to be competitive. This is going to make you it's going to put yourself out there. And I showed you a number of ways of getting the skill set. Please make use of that resources. And also another way of learning is just making sure that you're surrounding yourself with people who have that mindset of they just want to continue to learn and learn and learn. So please take this as key takeaways so that you can be able to take advantage of that. Last, to close the talk, I'm going to just share briefly about the work that we do at Kisii Africa. We have a program that's called the Kisii Jumpstart for the Digital Era. And essentially what we do is we try to make sure that all youth like yourself have information on how to thrive in the digital era. So it's a 4-day program. You get a lot of information, you get resources, and how to be able to jumpstart and really just start and take advantage of all that's happening in the digital era. It's actually, there's a ton of opportunities. And I think young people like yourself are the people who are going to benefit the most. There are so many opportunities, you are going to benefit the most, but you'll benefit if you put yourself out there, if you put in some hard work. And again, that's just one way of looking at it. The other way, which of course we all know, is it's also it's very anxious, given there's so many things that are changing, but try to make sure that you're learning how to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. So we have programs for 2022. They're on our website. You can look at our website for those programs. Again, they are free. All the programs are free because our goal is to make sure every single young person has this information so they can be able to position themselves and take advantage of the digital era. So you could select a program that you're available. It's online. You can do this from anywhere. So all you need is internet connection and a smartphone, and you'll be able to access the program. Then after the program, we have monthly meetups where we bring a speaker from Silicon Valley, from around Africa, to talk about a technology or a societal issue or innovation. And these are topics that are actually very relevant for you. So check out those programs on our website. And that brings me to the end of my talk. Asante sana. And you can follow us on our Instagram or check us on our website. Thank you so much for the time. And now I'll be available for any question that you might have for either me or Faith. Asante sana. Any questions?
We are very glad we have had 2 speakers talking about technology and the world of work. We have 4 more speakers with us today. We'll also continue from there. So I want to take this chance to return it back to Washuri. Washuri will introduce the other team members. Then we will come back to talking to students. So thank you very much for the first session. We look forward to engaging more.
So thank you, Mr. Levinson. Let's applaud for him and our speakers. Today, our theme is leveraging on technology for career advancement. And you have seen all the speakers are all talking about on how we can be able to encroach the digital space. So at this juncture, we are going to interrupt our program a bit. And we begin with entertainment. So we begin with the dance club. Then after that, we are going to have the comedy. The dance club should be on the stage. And then after that, we are going to close the entertainment bit with salsa. So I hope the DJ should be set. So the dance club, so even in the digital space, we should encourage them in the regalia, and the floor is yours. So DJ.
Nijiepushe na spidi kali, mbio za vijiti sitapokea. Mtesana na heshima, uvumilivu na hekima, jua nayotoa kwa kinywa, upetipeti nako ni lazima.
Na bahati tena. Are you coming home back to ride with me? Is your love so strong to die for me? Take my hand and promise to take the lead. Want to see you smiling, girl, can't you see? Baby, inagal toto mama shiri halungin na le mama kuichenye nyukongo chunya kuichenye nyukongo chunya mashiri biritengi manama maybe biritengi manama manaka kanoniki kinuka kanosingi manaka kanoniki kinuka kanosingi nyatika ocha bingena jwa kona mayambo bingele kona mayambo bingena eriga yambo bingena eriga yambo bingena eriga yambo bingena eriga yambo.
Thank you. Let's applaud them better. Let's applaud until they leave the stage. And I think the next now we're going to have the comedy. You have seen how also the talent has also been able to encroach the digital space. So at this juncture, we want to invite the comedy club. Karibu.
I want to tell you a story. Drama by Okulole. I want to tell you a story. My girl first, that's why nobody hold you. Only. I've been messing around women and money. Only your love fit control me. Control me. As a little baby, give me a lot, give me suckers, give me wet, give me all your body, give me your waist, give me your love, give me
DJ. Habari gani? Give your neighbor I-10. Give your neighbor I-10. Give your neighbor I-10. Gota. You know, the Bible tells me that you are all fearfully and wonderfully made. Fearfully and wonderfully made. Angalia jirani yako, mwambie ukweli kama uko fearfully ama wonderfully made. One thing I want to thank, is the technology. Tafadhali. Wapi makofi ya technology? Technology has advanced a lot of things. Technology may advance a lot of things because the keeping of money may change totally. Kitambo, wakati wa, if I remember, 1872, tukuwa na Professor Akama, tukuwa watoto. Ungepatana na mzee kwa barabara, umuulize, habari yako mzee, unaweza nisaidia na 50 bob. Mzee achukue 50 bob na akupee. Na uweke kwa mfuko. But squeezy, things have totally changed. Ukipewa pesa, unaweka kwa M-Pesa, M-Shwari, M-Banking, M-Barababa. Hadi saa hizi, nikipewa pesa, I'll know how to keep it safe. For example, Professor, uko na dhao hapo? Oh, Professor yake ameweka kwa M-Barababa. Another thing I want to thank is the Google. Sindio? The Google imetusaidia sana. As is the students, imetusaidia sana in research, imesaidia watu wakakuwa senior people. Google imesaidia because you just need to type how to. Ninakupea results. Kitambo, wakati wa wazee wetu, haungeweza kutype how to cook. Ilikuwa inabidi, kama ni how to cook githeri, ilikuwa inabidi uende kwa nyanyako, akufunze step by step. Unaona? How to cook githeri. But squeezy, things have totally changed. Una type how to, ninakupea results. Kama juzi, Professor Akama ameingia Google, aka type how to be the VC of Kisii University. Mnaona? Alafu, another day, nimeleta slave queen mwingine hapo kwangu. Slave queen, wale wa makucha. Pale kwa apartment, I stay in my apartment, pale juu. Nimemleta, vizuri. Slave queen, tukaingia naye kwa nyumba, tukafika. I'm talking about the Google. Tukafika pale. Nikauliza slave queen, Mary, can you cook? Akaniambia, like tar, yes, I can cook. Nikamwambia, sawa, everything is inside there. Go and cook. Slave queen akaenda kwa Google, akatype how to cook Spanish fried rice. Professor, nyumba yangu imechomeka. Kuna mahali naweza lala leo? The only problem with Google, it can't give you results kama hauna bundles kabisa. It can't give you results kama hauna bundles kabisa. Because you need bundles ndio ikupe results. Ukitype how to inakupea results. Brother simama, that's my friend. Huyo. Tafadhali, huyo brown. Simama, huyo mweusi basi. So nisimamishie huyo bro hapo. Huyo next one. The next one. Simama tu, hakuna shida. Simama. Tafadhali, come on. Yes, that's my brother there. My brother ameenda Google bila bundles. Kutoka last year amekuwa akitype how to lose weight. Ona. Another thing. Watu wa IT tafadhali ningependa mnisaidie. I have a problem with these gadgets, the phones. I have totally problem with those gadgets. Simply because hizi gadgets to some extent zinatusaidia communication vizuri. Lakini kuna mahali panaingia shida watu wa IT. Ningependa mnisaidie. Because from Monday to Friday, we are receiving calls frequently from our girlfriends. Lakini ikifika Friday, zote zinaharibika. Na ikifika Monday, zote zinakuwa sawa. The only thing tuna receive over the weekend is the call of the nature. Alafu, tafadhali, I want to appreciate the Kikuyus in the house. Kikuyus, tafadhali. Wapigie makofi. Kikuyus in the house, tafadhali. Yeah, Kikuyus in the house. Because these people have taken over the industry, Professor Akama. They have taken over the industry, the market industry. These people have changed everything in the market. Because I try to remember, kitambo, enzi zetu, tunakumbuka tukiwa vijana. Wakati wetu, TV zile zilikuwa na adhiambo, yani za Wajaka. Lakini za siku hizi ni Wakikuyu, Washiro. Alafu they go to an extent here, could drill those TV kwa ukuta. Inakuwa hadi news reporter akireport. Kila kitu iko upright. News they are okay. Headlines iko sawa. Kila kitu iko sawa. Lakini sawa enzi yetu jameni. hizo TV za kina Dhiambo, the screen was curved to an extent yenye reporter ilikuwa inabidi abend hivi ndio atoshee kwa TV. Juu akiinuka hivi amegonga kabati. Akifanya hivi amekelea mamangu slap. Akifanya hivi anaenda na mtoto wetu. Thank you, that's my time.
So thank you. Another applaud for the comedian club and the amazing thing and connecting also with technology. So at this juncture, we also want to see other form of entertainment where you now need to be organized. You see the people who use the internet without the burden and the connectivity. And we are happy that courtesy of the Vice Chancellor, we have many Wi-Fi hotspots. Even here we are live stream. And that's the same thing we also need to do in lay life. So at this juncture, we want to introduce to you the salsa dancers. Welcome the salsa dancers.
Yeah, I don't really care about your body type. What really matters now your vibe. I be the one for you, one for you. You don't really have to be the one to go. Ain't nobody fine.
Yeah, check it. You're the best part of my day. Heart is open. It's open. Something's pulling you to me. Like an ocean. We're flowing.
Used to be shy, yeah. Used to be down, but I know that used to be blue. Used to be blue. Used to be shy, yeah. Used to be down, but I know that used to be blue. Then I met you. Who would think that love took the time to see we'll be better together, you and me. Who would think that love let us find a way? Never found a
some of entertainment that you need to be well formed and well synchronized. So don't try that at home. At this juncture, I want to introduce the Dean of Students, Dr. Gladys Osoro, to give the remarks and also introduce the universities. Karibu Daktari. Let's applaud for her.
Our Vice Chancellor, sir, Professor John Akama, our invited guests who are our partners and our facilitators today, both physical and online, our Director, Eldoret Campus, Dr. Kirui, our staff present, starting from the Coordinator Careers, Madam Rhoda Auni, the in-waiting doctor, and your staff, the staff members from the Dean of Students Office and other offices present, our student leaders present, led by Honorable Ole Sananka Emmanuel, the summit, the club summit leaders present, led by Bernard Mboya, the leaders of the various clubs and societies at Kisii University, our dear students, and all protocols observed. Good morning. Good morning. I'm privileged to stand before you this morning to say that you're welcome. I had already talked earlier. This is a very significant day to us as an institution, and more so to the student fraternity, because we are got this career fair and we have partnered with a number of organizations in the corporate world, and we are looking at leveraging on technology for career advancement. We have already had some facilitators, and without technology, we might not advance. That is why we need to bring these things here today. So our Vice Chancellor, sir, allow me to say that we have quite a number of partners present who are gracing this gracious day. We have already had our part of the team speak to us online. We have had Faith speak to us from Faith Wawira from Isaka. Then she talked on future industry leaders. Then we have Madam Regina, who has just concluded her online from the organization called KIZO. We have our banner, their banner here. And we also have a team led by Bob Mwita, the founder of Airlift Program, who is going to talk to us on postgraduate financing. Then we have Honorable DMK Kyogora, who is going to talk about leadership and career serving for postgraduates. Then we have personal branding and career readiness by Mr. Jairus. Then we have also Mr. Livingstone, who has been our key coordinator, bringing in on board all these members from the corporate world, who is the founder of the Corporate Academy. He's also going to talk about opportunities for career advancement. We have already had a speech from the coordinator careers, and members of the summit have talked. And we here present, sir, we have members from the various clubs that we have. I want to say that we have more than 147 clubs and societies registered within the Student Affairs Department. And because of the many clubs that we have divided them into various cohorts in line with what they do. This makes it easier for us to organize activities, can have them within the institution and even in our corporate social responsibility activities. We have the Edu Service cohort, we have the professional cohort, the edutainment cohort, and we have just seen the product of the edutainment. And Professor, I tell you, I have all this, but as Paul said, don't try this at home. I have tried with the dance group. I have found it so vigorous, I can't make it. I have tried with the salsa. The steps are too fast. I keep on stepping on toes. I have tried, I cannot. So I have given up. So young people, ujana, please do your level best, use your talent. Then we have the mentorship cohort among the cohorts that we have who are also working. They are the people through whom we have organized this great event. And allow me at this juncture kindly to just invite the chair of the club summit to wave to us. Bernard, where are you? And your team wave to us. Your team stand and wave. Those are the ones coordinating the clubs, their number. The clubs leaders present, the various clubs. Quick wave. They are quite a number. Thank you so much, majority. Then allow me, sir, kindly to invite the chairman also to invite his members to wave to us. Chairman, Ole. Ole? Sananka?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor John Akama, the members of staff present, our invited guests, the Dean of Students, the student leaders present, and fellow comrades. Good morning. Good morning. I'm so much happy and privileged to stand before you today and just to welcome our guests and say you're welcome. And before I continue, let me recognize fellow student leaders. I request that they may stand and wave to our comrades. So we have to let them just stand. Please continue standing. This is our vice chair, that is, and then we have the treasurer, Lady Ann Wankari. Then we have our academic sec, that is Zamali. And we have our secretary, we have our sports director, that is Samirungu. And I am Sananga Emmanuel. Thank you so much. I'm Sananga Emmanuel, software engineering student, third year. And so I'm in a very good place because we are talking about technology today. And I thank God that I'm one of the IT students. And just to say a few things, one is just to thank the summit chair for organizing this. I can say that you are doing a great job. And I know you have been of great help to us so much. Let us clap for him. Just then again, just to say something to our Vice Chancellor. Professor, as we can see that now our world is digital and it's all about technology. And our labs, that is our computer labs and our IT labs, should be well equipped with very good internet, with good laptops, with 500 GB and above for easy learning, so that we can be able to install a good program. So I request that our labs should be well equipped with strong internet, so that every student, not only the IT students, but all the students can interact with laptops, they can interact with computers, so that when they go outside there, they are conversant about IT and technology. Otherwise, thank you so much and may God bless. Have a nice day.
Everything you put your hand go up. Your name go open doors. You could be Amen. Amen.
Thank you, the chairman. I also want to kindly invite Dr. Kirui, kindly rise and wave to our students. He's the director, Eldoret campus.
Good morning, everyone. Career talk is a very critical subject because a month ago, I read an article in the newspaper, and it was saying that in the next decade, we shall have a new set of employment opportunities. because of technology. And I think the people who are going to be affected most are you people. The world is changing. And I've witnessed this in the place where I come from, Kericho. 10 years ago, we had lots of employees in the tea estates who are plucking. But today, there are machines which have come. And many people have been rendered jobless. The machines which have come have paralyzed the economy in Kericho town. Because the people who used to buy food, who used to buy clothes, are no more. So you talk about changes in technology, we're already witnessing, and the impact it having. So I think the career talk will not just end today. It has to be a subject we shall keep interrogating all the days of, because of these dynamics which are coming along our way. But I also want to conclude by quoting a verse in the Bible, in the book of Ecclesiastes 9:10, which says, whatever your hands finds to do, do it with all your might. And that is the basic principle that we need to endeavor to stick to it. Whatever your hands finds to do, do it with all your might. I wish you a good day. Thank you for the participants you have seen. I come from Eldoret. When I get back to Eldoret, what do I tell your colleagues? Mko digital. Asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our director from Eldoret campus. And at this juncture, I want to say that our Vice Chancellor, we are so grateful for allowing us and supporting us to organize this activity. Thank you for, as we are like this, we are online and we are physical, means you have facilitated us to go to utilize the digital space. And we want to appreciate the efforts the university is doing, because we realize even in our labs, even in our hotspots, there is improvement each and every other day. And we know we are moving and we are going to do better. Allow me at this point in time to, we are going to put our claps together, our hands together, and we are going to invite our Vice Chancellor, Professor John Akama, who is going to give us his remarks as he declares this forum officially opened. Showers. Lakini isianguke, si ndio? Ikae juu kidogo. Showers, 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 raindrops, 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 raindrops. Stand up. Showers, showers, showers. Hey, showers there. Raindrops, raindrops, raindrops. Stand up. Nasio, the podium is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Dean of Students, for those remarks. Our dear students who are with us here this morning, our visitors from various institutions and organizations such as Kenya Hair Rift Program, Kisii Africa, Corporate Careers Academy, among others. Our Kisii members of staff were with us here. The Dean of Students, Dr. Gladys Osoro, in charge of services, Rhoda Aoni was just completed our PhD training. The director, Elderly Campus, who have just spoken to us, Dr. Kiwi, and all the other protocols observed. Good morning. Good morning again. The young people are not responding. Good morning, young people. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to stand before you to make a few remarks as I hand over to declare this activity officially opened. I'm made to understand that today we are talking about careers, and specifically the topic of today's discussion is on leveraging on technology for career progression. And I believe, and I know that all of us here, we are very much focused on issues of career, on exactly where are we now, where we come from, where are we, and what we want to be, what do we want to be tomorrow. And I'm going to tell you that as the world is becoming more and more complex, and sometimes appearing to be chaotic and confusing on many other sectors of life, including issues of career. So, us who finished universities many years ago, things were very simple and straightforward. At that time, there were very few of us in the universities. I remember when we graduated way back many years ago, at that particular period, the whole country in that particular year, the people who graduated were about 3,000. And I want to inform you young people that almost all of us, we had received employment before we had graduated. Almost all of us, 100%. Others employed by government, and many others employed in the private sector, and many other organizations. Coming forward to where we are now, things are extremely different. And I can assure you that things will even be more different as we move in the next coming 10 years, 20 years, and the 30 years to come. And we have got to have that kind of perspective in mind. And one of the questions which every one of us should be asking is, what do I want to be tomorrow? In other words, all of us, particularly you students, you are on a journey to rediscover yourself and eventually land into a career which will be fulfilling, a career where you would add value to yourself, value to your family, to the community, the country, and why not, the world. And as people say, if you are on a journey, you must have a destination. And the journey here is the training which we are giving you here at Kisii University. Are you envisioning your destination? After going through your training here, we are doing a degree for years, period, diploma 2 years. What exactly do you want to be tomorrow? Where do you envision yourself to be in this world where we are in? Without clear understanding of your destination, then you may be lost. You may be lost in the forest. And here the forest is huge. And it is becoming bigger and bigger. Have a very clear focus that in this life journey, particularly as it relates to your career, what is your destination? Particularly, I'm here really addressing our students. We have got to say no that every year, our country at the moment has got more than 70 plus universities. Almost the half of those are government universities and the half of them are private. Every year, these universities produces thousands and thousands of graduates. In fact, we may say that as we talk now, we have almost like this year, more than 100 students who graduate from various universities in our country. There are others again who graduate from foreign universities in India, in Europe, who again come back, look for employment. When we look at that number appears to be completely overwhelming. From 3,000 during my time, now we are talking about more than 100,000 graduates. The question we have got to ask ourselves, are we creating employment? Are we creating jobs? Have the number of jobs increased from my time when we were 3,000 graduates in that particular year to this time when there are more than 100,000 graduates? We may say no. The answer is no. Jobs are not increasing in our country. Recently, we had COVID, still have it. And we were told, and we also know that the economy shrunk due to COVID. And the people are saying that even the job market also shrunk, and we have got fewer jobs. Now, the dilemma is now, with all this almost mass production of university graduates, we are empowering you here with various skills, knowledge, and competences. How do we make sure that when you leave university, you are able to live, you are able to have a sustainable, satisfactory livelihood? That is the $1 million question. which we have got to ask ourselves, whether we are as managers of universities, as politicians in our country, and even as parents and all the other stakeholders. That is the question we are talking about here. It's very unfortunate that as we talk now, there are thousands and thousands of graduates who are tamarking out there. Many of them, almost 50% of those graduates move to Nairobi and other major cities. But we don't have those jobs in Nairobi. We don't have those jobs in Mombasa. We don't have those jobs in Nakuru. We don't have those jobs in Kisumu, but they are moving there. And we find that we are almost becoming a country of unemployed youths. And let me tell you that if you are a country of unemployed youths, then you are in a very dangerous kind of situation. There is nothing as dangerous as having a young man or a woman. But now let us emphasize man. A young man who has come of age, finished the university, is now in his 20s, maybe going to mid and late 20s, and is jobless. That kind of young man can turn out to be a danger to himself, to his family, and the society. Because at a given age, you have got aspirations. You want to settle down. Maybe you want to have a wife. And you don't have the means. You are not even able to support yourself as a person. Then you can imagine that kind of young man. Those are the kind of young men who become very bitter, and they can do anything. They can do anything to sustain themselves. Very, 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 very dangerous. That's why some politicians have become very smart. You are hearing them talking about the hustle award. The hustle award. The hustle nation. They are talking about the bottom up. Those kind of concepts appear to be very good. When you hear the hustler nation or the bottom up or the guribaro, they appear to be, I don't know what guribaro means, but maybe they are using it. They are using it just like in quotes. The hustler nation that we are making it to be hustlers. But hustlers, what? Where are you going to hustle? How are you going to hustle? Who are you going to hustle with? We have got to be very reflective. We have got young men and women, some of them who have got masters. Others have got even PhD, but they are jobless. The ones who are even employed, they are underemployed. They are underpaid. And with that, they live in extreme poverty. You know, when you go to our cities, slums like Bera, Machere, Ukuru-Kwanjenga, Yamumbi, name them, you find them all over. They are becoming bigger and bigger. And you find that these young men and women we have trained over the years, they are unable to live anywhere else but in these informal settlements. Then the question we're asking here, are we building a sustainable society? What future do we have? What future do we have as a country, as a community, as a family, as individuals? In fact, that should be a key debate. And the politicians have picked it up, campaigning for presidency, but you can realize that what many of them are doing is a lot of propaganda. A lot of propaganda. We want to get a detailed, you know, we Kenyans, we are our own enemies. We are cheated by politicians. They better give us a very clear plan, a very clear roadmap on how they are going to empower. In fact, the why item number one is that how do we empower our young people? Any society which doesn't empower its young people is a society which is doomed. This is a society which is doomed because you are the future. The future is not us, your parents. The future is you. So if we don't empower you so that you are able to live a better future than parents, then we have completely failed. Human beings, as a human being, you are supposed to make sure that your offspring live a better life than yourself. That is it. Doing that, then you are not even a human being. That is the thing. Here is a situation whereby young people, we are leaving them to a country which is poorer. They are going to live in poorer environments. Then we have completely failed as your parents and as your guardians. And maybe you do have a point when you point a finger at us and ask us, Father, Professor, Vice Chancellor, what mess is this created in this country of ours called Kenya? You know, recently, we were in America, like a week ago. We went to Minnesota, and many of the time we were at Minneapolis. Minneapolis is one of the largest cities in America, probably one of the 10 largest cities in America. We found out that in Minneapolis, they have got a shortage of manpower. The economy there, as much as there has been COVID, the economy has been expanding, and the people have changed their lifestyle since COVID. They have found other ways of earning a living, and there is shortage of manpower. They are advertising everywhere that we want manpower. Manpower to work in the hospitals, manpower to work in schools, manpower to work in almost all the sectors of the economy. Why is that happening so? It's because the country is very dynamic. The economy in that country is expanding. Technology is moving forward quite well. And because of that, jobs are everywhere. And in fact, I was even told that Americans, the real Americans, some jobs, they don't want to go and do those kind of jobs like working in hospitals as nurses. They don't want to do those jobs. And that's why now they are even trying to bring in people from other countries to take over those jobs. And another factor is those countries, because of very low growth of population, you find that now, you know, there are fewer people to be hired. The case is the opposite when we talk about Africa and Kenya in particular. So the point here is this: why are we not creating jobs for our young people? Why is our economy static? Those are the questions we need to ask ourselves. Somebody was telling me that one of the biggest problems we have in Africa, we don't think deeply. We don't reflect deeply on many of the issues which we confront. And unless we think deeply on the problems we have, and I can tell you, the answers are not even with the politicians. You don't have the answers, by the way. The answers are we, the people like you, whom we are training and empowering you for the future. One of the problems we say, as much as we talk about technology expanding and the technology really moving ahead very in a very high speed, but we have got to agree that there is a paradox there. It's a paradox that because our country, we are not really getting industrialized. We have done very well in IT technology. That is true. But when you look at the other sectors of the economy, are we creating more industries? Basically, we are still an agricultural country. So the question we have got to ask ourselves, why are we not getting industrialized? Why are we not coming up with more and more innovations? Creative ways of creating wealth. Why are we not doing it? Why is it that 60 years later, after independence, we are still an agricultural country? Where do we have it wrong? My dear students, we have got to say that we need to rethink, all of us, as a country, as individuals, as students of Kisii University, we really need to think on the way we do things. In other words, we need to have a paradigm shift, a total paradigm shift. We cannot be in the 21st century and we are claiming to be an agricultural country, and you find that we are even unable to feed ourselves. What the hell is this? Israel is a desert. There's no drop of rain in Israel. It's a desert, no rain at all. But Israel produces food. It produces rice. Israel, their daily industry is highly advanced, and they do export agricultural produce through irrigation. What a disgrace. You know, one time a team of professors visited Egerton University. And then when they were talking with the professors at Egerton, they asked them that, tell us one of your major problems we are facing here. And then one of the professors says that the biggest challenge we are facing here at the university is the problem of shortage of water. Problem of what? Shortage of what? The Israel professors thought that those guys were just crazy. What? We are talking about water at the university when there's even a river passing through the university. You look all over the surrounding areas, is very green. There is a lot of rain, and we are talking that the problem of water. The problem is not lack of water. The problem is lack of can say that we don't think properly. We are challenging you young men and women here, and we are being very genuine here. How do we make you to be people who think and reflect deeply on issues? You know, we cannot be taking you to class. We are busy taking, notes you don't even understand. And then you know that the only thing I will do is just to memorize these notes at the end of the semester, memorize everything, and then go and reproduce them. And then I get my first class or my second class upper. That is not educating you guys. We are miseducating you. We need a paradigm shift. We need, in the manner in which we train you, we need to change. By the way, when we visited recently, in fact, about now, a week or 2 weeks ago, we went to 2 universities. One of the universities we went to, all of them were government universities. The university, they call it the university, the State University, Minnesota State University at Mecanto. They took us to their School of Engineering and also their School of Computing and IT. Their approach of training is completely the opposite of what we do here. The students spend 60% of their time in the industry. 60% of their time in industry, working on real engineering problems, on contemporary engineering issues. Only 40% is what they spend in the lecture rooms. We found out that some of the professors who teach those engineering courses also work in the industry. So there is no difference between industry and the university. There is very close interactions and a sharing of ideas, skills, innovations between industry and the university and the students. They told us that because of that, because of this clear, very continuous interaction between industry and the university, the students whom they are training are very, very up to date in their training. And almost 90% of them get observed into the job market. So, what do we talk here now, my dear students? The problem now here is even bigger than the university. We are training you here. When we look at the society around us, do we have the capacity around us to be able to take you guys so that you spend 60% of your time out there in the industry or in the community? We don't have that capacity. To the level of thinking that maybe when we talk about educational institutions, all universities, probably universities are as good as the communities in which they are based. But we can do better than that. Here in the university, we do have the School of Agriculture. We have got people who have been trained in top universities, trained in the USA, trained in the UK, trained in the top universities in Kenya, whether all areas of agriculture. One of the best examples is area of animal husbandry. We do have a degree here in animal husbandry. But now, of what relevance is a degree in animal husbandry when immediately you step outside Kisii University, you find the local peasants are keeping totally marinaroist animals. Just here at the gate. Hapa nje ya gate. Mtu amefuga ng'ombe. Ng'ombe imekonda. Unafikiria ni, it's like just a string, Now, then, ask ourselves, what training is this? Where we are not even making an impact in the community where we are situated. Let me tell you, my dear students, you can never talk about changing the world. Probably you may not change the world. But if you are more focused, you start by changing yourself and also changing the place where you are, the place where you are based. Maybe through that process, you can gradually, eventually move forward into affecting the whole world. The point I'm making here is that, is there a way, talking about careers, is there a way we can train you so that you change your mindset and be problem solvers? We have got to train you to be problem solvers. Engineering, solving problems of engineering, agriculture, solving problems of agriculture, medicine, name it, law, and all that. Are we empowering you? Are we empowering you to be problem solvers? And even you as an individual, in fact, you are a very critical person in that process. You being trained in your field, critical thinking, so that you are a problem solver in any field you are in. Are you being a critical thinker? You see, the other time when we were inaugurating the student leadership here, we had some people from South Korea who spoke to us very briefly. They told us that in 1976, South Korea was poorer than Kenya. It was a very poor country. And in fact, the president of South Korea in 1976, somebody by the name of Park, came to Kenya. They were friends with our founding father, Mr. Jomo Kenyatta, the father of Uhuru. You know what he did? Our government, the government of Kenyatta, gave a grant to South Korea. Gave what? It's a true story. We gave a grant to South Korea. 30 years later, South Korea now is one of the most developed, the most industrialized countries in the world. The GDP of South Korea, the per capita income of South Korea is $300,000. $300 what? $1,000. One of the top richest countries in the world, top 10. You know what's the GDP of Kenya now? We talk. It can't even reach $2,000. Can't even reach 2,000 what? The question we have got to ask ourselves is that how comes a country which was poorer than us, a country which we gave a grant in 1976, is now way ahead, more than 100 times ahead, in fact, more than 100 times. We talk about 300, but compared, more than 100 times ahead of us. When you interrogate it, you find that this country is smaller. In fact, the country is only 1/6 of Kenya. 1/6 is like, Rift Valley province. That is South Korea. The country is almost 90% mountainous, mountains. They cannot do agriculture. But these people have managed to transform the country into a super economy. And how did they do it? How they do it is mindset. The government started by empowering people to change their mindset, to change their thinking. They came up with a concept of positive thinking. So that as a young man, you think positively. Don't be whining. We may be seeing what I was talking here, I might be seen to be whining. The problems will always be there. But you can provide solutions to those problems. Think positively. By the way, human beings have got endless capabilities if we think positively. That is what we lack in our part of the world. How do we make our young people think positively? How do we make our young people not to be thinking inwardly? Think how you can make, the people around you better. Think how you can make your family better. Think how you can make your country better. You see, so the challenge is not even resources. The challenge is us, the human resource part of it. If you don't empower your human resource so that people are problem solvers, people in every sector are able to think deeply, you will be grounded into the poverty levels. You see, let us look at the Democratic Republic of the Congo. There's no country in the world which is endowed with natural resources as the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Talk about gold, talk about diamond, talk about copper, talk about titanium in plenty. The land is very fertile. So the country is nowhere you can find the kind of resources they have. But on the other side of the coin, the Democratic Republic of the Congo is one of the poorest countries in the world. You hear that? With all those resources, that country is one of the poorest countries in the world. Why? In fact, we gave an example of Israel, a desert. So the problem is you and me. Unless we change ours and start thinking positively, thinking deeply, so that we are able to solve our problems. Look at this region where the university is situated, Kisii region. There is no productive agriculturally, there's no productive place in the world as this area. Rainfall throughout the year, the soil is very fertile, But now, when you look at the areas around, we have completely messed up the land. Planted eucalyptus everywhere. This place, is like, if you take a flight over here, you would think that this place is just a plantation of what? Eucalyptus. And then you see these small corrugated iron seed houses dotted everywhere. We have subdivided the land into small pits, structures everywhere, In other words, the land now is not producing much. Why should that be so? The problem is us. Because if we had to do deep thinking, this region alone of Kenya can produce enough food. We can employ all our young people to work in the agricultural sector in this area, and also to work in the value addition areas of agriculture, processing of agricultural produce, marketing, and all that. And they created thousands of jobs. So the problem is us. So when we talk about career fair and the career progression, let us not box ourselves into a corner. Let us think broadly and put these issues into proper context. And now I want to move a bit faster so that I may finish what I wanted to say here. The issue, in fact, earlier on we were discussing with the career service office in church, Rhoda on. She was telling me that we need to make young people from a very early age to know what are their potentials. Oh, my potential probably is to be, I don't know, to be a doctor. My potentials is maybe to be an engineer. My potentials maybe is to be a lawyer. That is not the way to go. In now those countries where we're talking about, like America, you cannot tell young people at the age of 15 that at the age of 15, you know that you want to be an aeronautic engineer. At the age of 15, that you want to be a doctor. You know, they allow young people to discover themselves. And they realize that many of these so-called jobs, they are more multidisciplinary in nature. So that even in an hospital, you don't want to find doctors working there. In a hospital, you find that there are anthropologists working there. There are psychologists, sociologists. Because talking about the clinical medicine part of it is just a small aspect of somebody's sickness. So the point that I'll make here is that we need to radically think on issues of career so that we don't just become static and be unable to be productive. The point I'm making is there a way we can make you wealth creators? South Korea. You may say that, you know, Vice Chancellor, you are not being realistic. But fundamentally, as human beings, we must think about, is there a way we can become creators? Is there a way we can become job creators? I don't want to start giving you examples of students who graduated from here and they went into their own, you know, private businesses. When we had an alumni meeting in Nairobi, we had about 5 students who are graduates, surprisingly, who had graduated from here, many of them probably coming from the central Kenya area. They were in business, and some of them were even employed in their jobs. And they're telling us that they have jobs, they have created jobs in IT. Others have created jobs in agriculture, and they are doing very well. So, what am I talking about here? When we talk about career path, we need to think outside the box. By the way, in the Western world, and it's even happening here, as Kirui said, the kind of skills which are needed in the job market are changing so rapidly that people are advised that you should think about how you can change careers. So people are not trained just to be like robots. People are trained to think outside the box. So you can work maybe in the banking sector, but next time, maybe jobs in the banking sector have decreased. You can easily transit from the banking sector and go and work in another sector of the economy. That is quite critical. In other words, you have got to continuously rediscover yourself. You have got to know that careers, there is an evolution going on in terms of career placements. In the Western world, they are even moving away from industrial production. They are moving away from industrial production to the service economy. A service economy where people are not producing tangible products, providing services, whether it is in the hospitality industry, the tourism industry, the travel industry, in the banking sector, name it. And that's where the jobs are. And the people, you find somebody trained as an engineer, but this person has decided now to venture into the service industry. So people are close-cutting in terms of jobs. And there is no very clear defining that this is where you are supposed to be and you are supposed to do this thing until you die. That's not natural. Now, I told you that during our time, we got, it's true by the way, you may not even believe that, we got jobs before graduating. And some of us, we were complaining that those jobs were not good enough. We got getting a job before graduating from the University of Nairobi. The last semester of the university, the last semester in the fourth year, you have already gotten a job. Then you are complaining that the job is not good enough. But now, it's completely not that way. One of the things which have been emphasized again, apart from thinking deeply, apart from change in your mindset, you must also be very good at networking. You must know how, you must have networking skills. Probably very important. If you know how to network, you can network yourself into a dream job. You can network yourself into a job outside Kenya. I mean, many of the Kenyans we have who are working elsewhere, in Australia, name it, in Europe, in America, they have managed to do that because of their networking skills. I got a lady, a Kenyan lady, at the University of the country where we went. She finished her engineering degree from JKUAT last year. But through her network, and mainly IT networking, through the internet systems and all that, she got admission to do a master's degree in mechanical engineering at Medanta University with a scholarship. So you can imagine that she's way ahead of her colleagues because of our networking competences. You must know how to network. Use technology to network. You can sit here and through networking, through technology, get admitted for further studies to the best universities in the world. There are very many, when you go into the internet, there are so many sites where they are advertising for international jobs. Jobs for people to work in the hospitals. In fact, the one they want millions of people is the nurses. people to work in the transport sector. Those jobs are there, are advertised. You apply. They will ask you to send your CV, and maybe they will later on try to talk to you on the phone. So these networking skills, they include you being a good communicator. Try to be a good communicator. Try to be able to explain what you can do for them. People want to hear good stories on what value you have to their lives, to their institutions. You must have very good interpersonal skills. Ask yourself, you're not talking about international interpersonal skills of seducing girls or seducing boys here. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about real interpersonal skills. Do you know how to interact with the other people positively? Are you able, by virtue of your positive personality, to attract people to be comfortable with you? Are you a team player? Because most of the jobs, many of these IT jobs, they're supposed to be done through teamwork. So networking skills are very important. And that's why we encourage you to join other co-curricular activities when you are here in the university, so that you enhance on the issue of your interpersonal skills. Some students, as much as they are doing their degrees, they take short courses, short professional courses in accounting, in finance, in jurisprudence, among other areas. In other words, open your scope, use other short courses so that you are able to expand your scope in the job market. The issue of IT has been emphasized by the previous presenters better than myself now here. IT is the way to go. Even if you are doing a degree in philosophy, even if you are doing a degree in religious studies, you must be IT compliant. That one is a must. And as the presenter earlier was saying, you don't have to be an IT engineer. We want you to have the basic competences. In fact, in the modern world, one of the competences which is required in every sector is IT literacy, so that you are able to access all forms of IT software arrangements when it comes to accessing all kinds of information, all kinds of data, and also being able to do a few things, even simple analysis of data, and in order to understand things around you. Now, again, issues of entering into the job market. People argue that nowadays you can't go to the office, and that I need a job. Maybe you need to go find an entry point. An entry point may be through internship. You can volunteer to work for a given institution, a given organization. By the way, when you volunteer and they find you are working as an intern and they find that you are a good person, I can tell you they will give you a job. So look for those avenues of networking and the issues of internships as you try to enter into the job market. Finally, I want to tell you this. University training is universal. Is what? See, some of you don't realize that. If you are doing a degree in law, if you are doing a degree in a business, doing a degree in education, doing a degree in agriculture, doing a degree in all areas. That degree is a universal degree. What you are being trained here is what your colleagues in that field are being trained all over the world. So one can say that when you successfully undertake university training, you basically become a global citizen. You become a global citizen. With your degree, you can apply to go for further studies anywhere in the world. You can search for employment. Here is this lady who was here, who graduated last year from this university. This lady, we found out Minneapolis is now teaching there in the international school at Minneapolis. She's teaching there as an instructor. And a very competent one at that. Somebody who was trained here at this university now is located to America and he's an instructor there. Well paid job. Talking about earning, $3,000. She's earning more than $6,000 that job. So, you guys, you have got to think big. You must think big. Let us not start whining here that there are no jobs in our country or the countries who are. The problem is us who are poor in the mind. It's us who have got negative thinking. I can tell you, young men and women, if you change your way of thinking, if you have got positive thinking, the world is yours to conquer. The world has become a global village. When I was addressing, the student leaders here on Monday, I had just arrived from America the previous day. And I was here in the hinterland of Africa doing my work. So that the world has become a global village. So you can play your game, provided it is a legal game. Provided the game is legal, you can play it anywhere in the world. I found there are so many young people in Minnesota. You know what? Can you believe this? Some of the Kenyans there, very young, they are businessmen. They are what? In America, I got a young man there who told me that he learns transport business. He has got about 50 trucks, huge trucks. Dealers are 50. And he transports goods from all the way from New York to Minneapolis, Minnesota. And he tells me, he was telling me that in a month, the money he makes is unimaginable. In a month, he tells me that he has got profit of more than $15,000. In fact, he has employed other Kenyans there to be truck drivers. So the problem is us. Let me tell you this. We are not training you here to be failures. I cannot stand here talking to you for all these minutes if I'm talking to failures. I am not talking to failures. I'm talking, and by the way, even this mess which we have created, we as your fathers, as your parents and your guardians, it's you to remain that mess. It's you. So your hands are clearly, your work is clearly cut out. The Chinese, they have developed their country to the level that as we talk now, the Chinese people, they knock down old cities. Like they will come here and destroy the Kisii town. In fact, a town bigger than Kisii. They can knock, you believe you me, they can knock down the whole of Nakuru town, a town of 4 million people. And they'll plan it take people to a temporary shelter for 1 or 2 years. And in less than 2 years, they have built a very modernistic city for these 4 million people. A city which looks picture perfect, well planned, high-rise buildings, parks, parks for people to go and relax. In other words, if the Kisis were Chinese, they would say, hii mambo tumeharibu samba. Some Kisii boys here would tell me that as much as they are doing a degree, their fathers got 1 acre land. When they finish, the first thing they will do is to ask their father to give them their share of the land. So if it's 1 acre land and you are 4 of you, you will get a quarter of what? A quarter an acre. Surely a quarter an acre. You know what I call it? I call it that you are asking for your grave. You're asking your father, where will I be buried? What do you do with a quarter an acre? So if the kids were Chinese, they will temporarily move from all the rural areas where they are staying and maybe stay in temporary structures. And in less than 2 years, buildings will be built, well planned, with all the amenities. And the people will move into those cities, all of them, because the population of the Kisii people here can't reach 4 million. It's just about 3 million or less. So that they move and stay in this modern city with the high-rise building, and they leave the whole of the countryside free for agricultural production, high-tech. So the problem is who? The problem is who? Who is the problem? No, I'm not the problem. The problem is you and what? And me. So let us all own up. Let us all do what? Let us all own up and take charge of our own destinies. There is no human being who's less. There is nothing, there is no degree which is even less. What matters is what kind of attitude you have and what you do with that degree. The arena now, when we were growing up, when we finished our degrees, there were no computers. Nothing, telephones. You go to the university, maybe you have got a girlfriend in the village, you write a letter. That letter takes maybe a month to reach your girlfriend there in the village. Or it gets lost on the way. Now see now how the world, 30 years later, 40 years later, how the world has become dynamic. So as we talk about technology, technology has transformed the world. The world now is a global village. So it is for you now to play your role in this global village. But when you play your role in this global village, you have got to have a clear understanding on who you are. You must have a clear identity so that you don't lose your social, cultural, and economic orientation. So with those very many remarks, my dear students and our visitors, I now officially declare this training officially open. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
clearly said that jobs in Kenya are increasing, they are shrinking. Many it worse. The country we have been titled, or we have been reports that the country of unemployed youth. And this is youth, and this is a very dangerous situation. There is lack of industrialization, innovation, and creativity. Sorry, you are not getting me. Okay, I was saying we appreciate the Vice Chancellor's speech. Is clearly indicated that jobs are not increasing, they are shrinking in Kenya or even the entire world. The country has been termed as we have a country of unemployed youth, which is a very dangerous situation. There is lack of industrialization, lack of innovation and creation. And for this reason, we need not to give up. We need to think radically. We need a total paradigm shift. Think deeply, reflect. We need to upskill on networking, on our communication skills, on interpersonal skills. We need to be team players. We need to employ or IT, because IT literacy is key in every sector. And we also need to look for job entry skills. And I think this is what these workshop or this career fair is all about. We have got experts here and they're equipping us. Above all, he said, change of our mindset. Can we put our hands together, and give our Vice Chancellor 3 tier 3 clubs, 3 pairs. Get it? 3 pairs of 3 tire. Are we together? Mkono. Why are you failing initially? Okay, mkono. Mkono ni hivi. Kidole ndio hii. Kwani? All right. Mkono. Kidole. Mguu. Kidole. Mkono. Kidole. Mguu. Mkono. Funga. All right. Our Vice Chancellor, we really appreciate you. Thank you for taking your time off your busy schedule to be with us this Friday. It shows the keen interest you have in the training of our young people. You want to nurture them and give them out to the world when they are fully baked. We are humbled by your presence and thank you for officiating in the opening of this ceremony. I want to transit a bit, and because we continue with our facilitators before even we break for lunch, and I need to hand over, I need to recognize the presence of our neighbors. There is a team from IT. It is Kisii National Polytechnic. Where are we? Our friends. Wow. Can you stand? Can you stand and wave to us? Can you stand and wave to us? Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us in good networking, isn't it? A sign of good networking and a sign of good neighborhood. Feel at home. We will continue maybe at an opportune time. We will give your leader time to say hi to us. And for this moment, I hand over to our able MC.
This juncture, we are going to have a brief entertainment. Then we are also going to serve the refreshments. So let's also make sure we don't break the glasses. Yeah? Okay. Now, the
The Vice Chancellor is likely to leave any time here because of his busy schedule. So kindly, when you see him leave, know that we are under his blessings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, the Vice Chancellor, Professor. We are very happy for your wisdom that you have shared with us. Now, at this juncture, I want to invite the art and poetry who will be taking the stage. Someone to assist me to get rid of this one so that we have the stage on that corner.
Yeah, I don't really care about your body type. What really matter now your vibe. I be the one for you, one for you. Don't really have to
So thank you. Now, a brief of the program. After the entertainment and the refreshments, we have a presenter. Then from there, we'll also have lunch for you. So feel comfortable as we continue with the program. Thank you.
Nobody can tell me otherwise. Everybody does say, I'm on me, I know they love me. I'm on me, I'm everybody does say, I'm on me, I know they love me.
Mic testing 1, 2. Mpenzi leo naenda safari, safari nani ya mbali, ukiwaza kuni missing madam, tabasamu kidogo, in every stage and every song I play, every fan that will scream my name, I will always be with you in my heart, I will miss you forever. My days are long, kweli mimi nakupenda, my nights so cold, kweli mimi nakutaka, and I miss your love, yeah, yeah, I miss your touch, I'm coming home. Whenever I go, you're on my mind all the time. I miss you, Shady. I miss my Shady. Even with all the girls, all the work, all the time I spend away. Oh, there's no one like you, Shady. My one and only. Hey, my days are long, kweli mimi nakupenda, my nights so cold, kweli mimi nakutaka, I miss your love, yeah, yeah, I miss your touch, I'm coming home. Popote ulipo, mina kuwaza mama. Popote ulipo, chenga, you are my only lady. Salama, yeah, yeah. sheria, you are my only lady. Yeah, narudi salama. My days are long, my nights so cold. Kweli mimi nakupenda, I miss your love. Yeah, I miss your love. I'm coming home. We'll sing one last song. Amosi okelo Jaherana agombi habari okelo kwa kweli mimi nimekumisi toka mwanzo misingelefti maisha hapa mjini shida oh shida nataka rudi nyumbani liniwe nawe mpenzi oh my bags are packed, I'm ready to go. Wait for me, I'm coming home. Lemna, pray for me, my baby. Bags are packed, I'm ready to go. Wait for me, I'm coming home. I hope this letter finds you in time. Can't wait to hold you so you'll be mine. Oh, nikushike. Oh, kelo. Abiro. Oh, kelo. Abiro. Abiro, mos, abiro. Abiro, mos, abiro. Abiro, mos, abiro. Abiro, mos, abiro. Oh, kelo. Abiro. Oh, kelo. Thank you.
Let's applaud for them. Thank you, thank you. At this juncture, because of time, I want us to settle down. In the next 3 minutes, the dancer club the dance club. And then after that, we are going to have our next presenter. From the Kenya Airlift program, I think we have dealt much with the local. We want to go to the international arena. And then we'll have settled. The people serving the refreshments, let's be done when the people are leaving the stage. The moment they are leaving the stage, I want us to have settled. So the people doing that, kindly let's do very fast. Thank you.
If your mother give you a problem, who you gonna call? Done well. Feel right. She says she feel hurt. Got in an earthquake. Your love breathing, take a sperm break. Money talk, bullshit walk. She say me right off the chart.
Thank you for that energizer. Someone to help me bring the podium here. Someone to assist me with this podium here. At this juncture, we are going to have thank you. At this juncture, we are going to have our next guest from Kenya Airlift program and the director from Upstack America. And we are going to learn the opportunities that now have been spoken, especially by our Vice Chancellor. And we will take the questions in the afternoon because we have an afternoon session. So they'll just do the presentations and then they'll be extensive in the presentation. And then we'll have the many questions and we'll have the panel discussions in the afternoon. So at this juncture, it's my pleasure to invite Bob Mwiti from Upstack America. Let's applaud for him as he comes to do his presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen,
if you get a woman, hold on tight, oh. Me and my guys, we take for bike, oh. Now her location, take for mine, too. If you leave a woman, she go off pine, too. No be lie, oh. We go use it rapper blind the eyes, oh. Me and my guys, we know they smile, oh. Big talk boys, we know they lie, oh. Big talk boys, we know they fear nobody. And you see why we can't move for body. Only one thing we know they like now, police. One wrong move, you turn to my enemy. So make you no try.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. All right, my name is Bob Mwiti, and I'm very happy to be in this great institution. First of all, I want to thank you, the management of the university, for giving us a chance to be here and to share our stories and to share the opportunities that we have with you guys as the student of this great institution. So thank you so much. Now, also, I want to thank you, the students, for being here and for listening to all the speakers. And I hopefully maybe by the time you leave out of this place, you have gotten something that will be very helpful in terms of your career opportunities. Now, for me, I'll try to give you my story. I live in the US. I live in a city called Tampa, in a state called Florida. I've been in the US for the last 12 years. I went there in 2009, and I went to study for my master's. All right. Now, I grew up in Meru County. I think there's some Merus there. I grew up in the village with my grandparents. And I went to a local public primary school called Gikumene Primary School. I graduated from Gikumene Primary School in 1997, scored a mean grade of about 82.43. I was admitted to Nairobi School, but unfortunately, because of, I came from a very humble family, we couldn't afford the school fees for me to go to Nairobi School. So my grandfather ended up sending me into a school called Nkobo High School. Nkobo is in Meru. I finished Nkobo High School in 2001. I scored a B+. I got admission to University of Nairobi for a Bachelor of Science degree in mathematics at Chiromo campus. Then I went there in 2003. Those days we used to spend about 2 years at home. And I went to University of Nairobi. I was there for about 3 months. Then unfortunately, there was a lecturer's strike. And at that time, I decided to move from public university. I went to Strathmore University. And that's where I completed my undergraduate degree, Bachelor of Commerce degree in accounting and finance. I graduated with a second class upper division. And in 2000, I got a job. After I graduated, I got a job with Equity Bank, working as a teller. And then I worked there, I think, for about 6 months. Then after that, I got an opportunity to go and study in the US for my master's. I went to a school called Indiana University of Pennsylvania. It's a small state university in the state of Pennsylvania, in a city called Indiana. Now, I went there in 2009, fall of 2009, graduated in 2011, of May 2011. But before I graduated in May of 2011, in fact, actually, I was supposed to graduate in 2010, December, but it was very hard for me to find a job. And, I was struggling. Now, in the US, if you go there as a student, you're on a student visa, okay? Now, if you graduate, let's say, for example, I went there for an MBA. I was given 1 year post-graduation work authorization for me to find work, okay? And as a student, by law, you are required to find work that is related to what you went to school for, okay? So, by December 2010, I couldn't find the work that that was related to what I did in school. So I decided to extend school by 1 more semester so that I can give myself time for me to be able to find work. Okay. Now, in the US, if you graduate from school and you can't find anything, within 60 days after you graduate, you are supposed to go back to your country. Okay, honestly, coming back to Kenya was not my thing. I was not ready because I had really struggled a lot. In fact, actually, before I got to the US, I was denied visa 4 times. 4. So I was like, you know what? I was not gonna go back until I actually make money, okay? So, and I know that that's what a lot of people, young people who go to the US, when you go there and you find those opportunities, you don't want to go spend so much money in school there. And then of course, now come back again and start struggling back home, right? So I had said to myself, I was not going to go back until I get a well-paying job and actually make money. So because I was struggling, and I did want to graduate and, no jobs and everything, and then just, be legal immigrant because I didn't have the right documents. So what I decided to do, in fact, actually, I was looking around and trying to see what other international students were doing, because all of us are in the same boat, okay? International students with student visas who need jobs to stay in the US. So I was looking around and I realized a lot of Asian students, they were graduating and they were actually getting good jobs, okay? Mostly Indians, okay? So I was like, what are they doing? So I reached out to a few of them. They used to be buddies, yeah? And that's why even when the professor was here, I was saying, like, you need to network, especially when in school, yeah? So I had made friends with some of these Indian students. So I asked them, how come you guys are making, I'm hearing so-and-so graduated, they have a job working as a business analyst with Yahoo, Google, or, these big companies. They told me, hey, Bob, you know what? If you really want to live and work in this country, and if you want a job that will sponsor you, because for you to actually live and work in the US, when you go there as a student, you have to find an employer who is willing to sponsor you for you to live there and work long term. So they told me, you know what? You have to be trained on job skills. I was like, what? Job skills? They're like, yeah. That's the only way that you can be able to get a good job. And not just any job skills, man. IT consulting skills. Please listen and listen carefully, yeah? Because this applies to everybody, all the students who are here. They told me you have to be trained on IT consulting skills. So I was like, man, I'm not in, like, IT was never my thing. Like, I used to be I was basically an accountant, okay? I had a Bachelor of Commerce degree in finance. In fact, actually, I'd done some ACCAs. Who knows ACCAs? ACCAs are like CPAs, yeah? But they are administered by somebody in the UK. So I had done that up to part 2. And I know most undergraduate students, before you graduate, you're starting of thinking of doing CPAs, up to CPAK, ACCAs, I don't know, some other courses, finance and all that stuff. So I had done all those things. And I used to work in a bank, as a bank clerk. So I was thinking I'll become an accountant. But they told me you have to be in the IT industry. So I was like, man, I don't know how to code. IT was never my thing. In fact, actually, even for my undergraduate, when some of the programming classes that we did, I scored C's. Okay, so I never thought I would become someone who is like an IT guru. So I was like, now how do I do this IT thing? And yet I don't have any IT background. So they told me, actually, you can be trained on so many systems out there. You just need to choose which one you want. And you don't actually have to be someone who knows how to program. Okay, so I started looking around and I was introduced to one system called Oracle. Anyone who knows Oracle? So Oracle, I was introduced to Oracle Financials. So Oracle Financials is a system, it's an ERP, enterprise resource planning tool that companies use. Like, for example, these big multinational companies, like, for example, Safaricom, APSA, KCB, all these big firms, they usually don't do their transactions, or they don't record their transactions maybe in an Excel, whatever file and stuff like that. They use these kind of systems. Okay, when they make a sale, when they incur expenses and all that stuff, they use those kind of systems. So Oracle is one of them. There's Oracle, there's SFP, there's Microsoft Dynamics. There's a lot of systems out there, okay? There's QuickBooks and all that. Now, some of the biggest complex systems that companies use, financial systems that companies use, is Oracle. So I was trained, I got training as an Oracle systems analyst. That training, I did it for 5 months. So I went for that training, and that training, I completed it in December of 2011. And once I finished that training, I was able to get a job in January 2012 as an Oracle systems analyst. Okay, so I was trained to be that person who configures and sets up the Oracle system from the front end without necessarily doing any programming work. Okay, remember, me, I didn't know about any programming, right? So this is actually, it's basically, instead of you being an accountant, like the way I wanted to become an accountant, it's basically you being behind the scenes and being the person who sets up that Oracle system that accountants use, okay, for them now to use it, for them now to record those transactions on a day-to-day basis, enter invoices, run financial reports, P&Ls, banks, balance sheets and stuff like that. So instead of you being the person who is actually doing the transactions, entering, invoices and all that, running reports and doing reconciliations at the end of the month, I was trained to be that person now who makes that system work for accountants. That's something that I never thought of before. In college, when I was doing my BCom, we are being trained on, I don't know which system you are being trained, but you are basically being trained to be the persons who use those kind of systems. There's no training where you are being trained to be that person who is setting up that system for accountants to use. Okay, so that was trained on. All right, no programming, nothing. In fact, actually, I've been in this industry for more than 10 years now. I can't write even one line of. I know there's a lot of people here who don't like programming, who thinks IT is all about programming. Okay? I'm here to tell you this. If you really want to get into tech, because today's career talk is all about technology, right? And there's that misconception by a lot of people that if you really want to get into tech, you actually have to know how to code. Mimi siwezi andika any code. I've been in this industry for many years. I have an IT consulting firm. I don't know how to code. Okay? All right? But that's not to say that if you know how to code, it's a bad thing. No. It's basically what I want to tell you is this, because IT, it's like the way the professor said, everybody needs to be savvy in IT. Like you have to know IT. Okay, even though you are from any kind of background. My first job in January of 2012 in the US, in corporate America, as an Oracle systems analyst. That job was paying me 500,000 Kenya shillings. Listen and listen carefully, yeah? So in Kenya, when I was working for Equity Bank, I used to earn that 5,000 Kenya shillings. When I graduated, I got a job as an Oracle systems analyst. I was earning 500,000 Kenya shillings. That is some good money that was able to enable me build for my grandparents. Remember I told you I was brought up by who? My grandparents, yeah? So I was able to build for my grandpa. Now, after a year or so, I decided to try other opportunities within the same industry as an Oracle systems analyst. And I got another job, better paying. And by that time, I was earning about 1 million Kenya shillings a month. Okay, so, I'm not here to tell you that I'm rich and everything, but I want you to, hear it from the horse's mouth, yeah? Okay, see how you can progress, right? Career-wise, yeah? Okay, so I was making about what? 1 million Kenya shillings a month. And guess what? I was not managing anything. I was basically working as a senior consultant. By 2017, I was working for City Group as a senior Oracle systems analyst for City Group. And I quit that job after I started my organization called Abstract America. And by the time I quit my job working at Citibank, I was earning 1.2 million Kenya shillings a month. 1.2, yeah? I was not working as a manager. You guys understand that? Nilikuwa nafanya job mtu tu akawaida, setting up the system as a systems analyst. Me, I have never managed anybody in corporate America. Never. I don't know how to manage people in corporate America. I know how to manage people in my own organization, but I don't know how to manage people in corporate America. I never worked as a manager. 1.2 million. Just like an ordinary guy. In fact, actually, when I quit my job and I started my organization, I also got another offer that was offering me $100 an hour to work as a systems analyst for Oracle. And that means I would have been earning about close to 2 million Kenya shillings a month. But I still refused, yeah? Because for me, I wanted to help people. I wanted to help immigrants. There's a lot of our people, especially, you know, you guys, when you're here in Kenya, you don't know much. You think like, you know, when you're in the US, you make money. It's not always the case. You have to be also very smart about it. There's money out there. There's a lot of opportunities out there, especially in the US, but also I see a lot of mistakes from a lot of our people. They go out there in the US, they actually don't make good money. But you guys, when you're here, you think, kuna pesa, you know, kuna do huko US, blah, blah, blah. Not a lot of people, especially. Okay, so, you know, in the US, the median household income of Americans is about 60,000. That 60,000, the white people make around 75,000 per year. Median household basically means, you know, husband, wife, kids, and everybody in the house. That's what they make median household income, yeah? The median household income of Indians in the US is above 100,000. Okay, so Americans, those people who have been brought up in America, they live there, they make around 60 something, yeah? Waindi, wanatoka India, like the rest of us, they are making how much? $100,000. And these are people who are they never grew up there in the US. Now, you guys can see the gap, yeah, between the Indians and Americans. Almost double, actually. Now, the median household income of the best performing groups of African immigrants in the US is 60,000, and this is for Nigerians. Hey, when I go by them, I'm very aggressive, yeah? And I love them. Me, I like people. You never make money. You have to be sharp, street smart, and also intellectually smart. If you combine those two, you'll make money. So Nigerians, 60,000. They're not even close to Indians. Almost Indians are doing them like double. Wakenya tuko happy. Kenyans, by the way, in the US, they don't even make close to what Nigerians make. Kenyans, I think they make around maybe 50. The last time I checked, someone had told me, reliable sources, that Kenyans make around $17 an hour. You might think it's a lot of money, but it's not when in the US. I mean, when you're in the US and you really want to live the American dream, you must be making a 6-figure salary. Basically meaning you should be close to 1 million Kenya shillings a month. Hapo utakuwa na nyumba, you'll be driving nice cars, you can be able to support people back home and all those things. So to a lot of Africans, and especially our people, they think making a 6-figure salary, it's not for them. It's not possible. A lot of our people, and the reason why our median household income is not that good is because most of our people, they actually don't work in really well-paying jobs. Okay, in the US, you guys who know that you are here, you think hata mtu aki earn like $10 an hour, it's a lot of money, but when in the US, actually it's not. Okay, so our people, they're not making that good money. All right, so I thought about it and I was like, you know what? There's something wrong. A lot of our people, in fact, actually, most of those Kenyans or Africans who go to the US and live and work there, they usually go there as international students because kupata visa ya kwenda US as a visitor, it's very hard. So most people go there, young people who go to the US, they actually go there as students. Remember I told you guys, like I was denied visa 4 times. Those days that I was trying to go to UK because my dad lives in the UK. So I was trying to go there. And in fact, actually, initially I wanted to go there as a visitor. Visitor, huwezi pata visa. There's no way that mzungu atakuitikia hapo embassy uende as a visitor, as a 20-something-year-old, unless you guys have a lot of money. Okay, they know that you're gonna go there and refuse to come back. So anyway, so those people go to the US as visitors, mostly people when you're on a job, maybe you are in manager huku, you are making some money and you can show that you have some money, you'll get a visa. But those who go there as youngsters, they go as students. So we have a very huge number of people in the US, Kenyans, Africans, who actually went there as international students, but they're actually not making good money because as you've heard, our median household income is not that great. So what's the problem? I mean, you're getting the same opportunities, man. When you go to the US, you go to those schools, you graduate, and you're graduating with an Indian and Asian, all of you have the same opportunities. Why is this the case? Our people are not making good money. And the rest of the people, they are making money. So I realized something is wrong and I wanted to fix it. And that's why I started Upstack America. Basically, Upstack America is an IT consulting firm that helps mostly African immigrants to find education and job opportunities in the tech industry in the US. Okay, I refused a job that was paying me about 1.2 million shillings. In fact, actually, most of my colleagues, when tulikuwa wafanya job now, walikuwa wanauliza, "Hey Bob bana, umeacha job. Hii job inakulipa hivi." Because that kind of money, actually, not everybody makes it. Unasikia, in the US, only less than about 18-19% of Americans make about $1 million shillings a month, 100,000 per year. Less than 20%. So if you can imagine, if you are making $1 million, you are making more than 80% of Americans. They don't make that much money. So you are up there. Okay, so not everybody makes that kind of money. So I left that job, well-paying job. And all of them, they were like, wow. Okay, so but anyways, I left it because I wanted to do bigger things. And that's why I started this company. So basically, I decided to, because I realized what makes our people not really make good money in the US and what is making the difference to the Indians is the fact that most Indians, they are in the tech industry. Remember, me getting into tech, si Mkenya aliniambia, ama any African, I was told by Indians because I was friends with them. That's how I was able to get into the tech industry. No Kenyan told me about it. In fact, actually, sorry to say this, but ukienda US, most people huko watakuambia nini? Ingia healthcare. Kuwa nurse. Hata kama umefanya BCom, hata kama umefanya sijui software engineering, most people, ukienda huko, watakwambia, oh, nursing iko na pesa, oh, this. Not to say it doesn't have any, but not everybody can become a nurse, right? Can you imagine now me being, nilikuwa nimefanya BCom, nimejua mambo ya makao, nini finance, alafu sasa niko kwa nursing home, na, najaribu kusaidia watu. That's not my thing, man. Nursing is a calling. It's a calling. That was not my thing. So, but you'll find most of our people, they're in the healthcare industry. I mean, there's money, but I'm telling you, honestly, money is in the tech industry. And the reason why those Indians are tech important in the US, you'll find out. In fact, actually, when I used to work as a consultant, 70 to 80% of those guys that I used to work with, they were Indians. 70 to 80%. You'll never even find the typical Americans working in tech. Not many of them. Indians. They are doing so well. Ukiona hata these big multinational firms, Fortune 500 companies, who are the people who are heading them? Indians. CEO wa Google ni nani? Si ni Muhindi. These guys went there like us. Huh? But why can't we be like them? So many of them out there are doing very, very well. 70 to 80% of those people who work in the tech industry, they are Indians. And there's also that misconception that, you can make money in tech, but people like tech. That's why also I want you guys to understand this, man. As you leave this institution and go out there, don't just go in because it's tech. Into tech well, especially tech consulting. Unasikia mimi, I was making that good money. I was never a manager. Me, I was just an ordinary guy making good money. You don't have to be in managerial level for you to make really good money when you're in tech and in tech consulting. That's what I used to do. And that's what most Indians do. In corporate America today, Wahindi huwezi waona akifix. Unaonanga venye kwa ofisi, kompyuta yako iki-break, mtu mwenye anaweza kufix nini, hizo job. Hizo hazina pesa. Let me tell you guys, hakuna pesa hapo. Ati wewe ndio una fix computer ziki-break kwa ofisi. Na ati wewe ndio unaitwa mtu wa IT. Hapo hakuna do. You understand? Hakuna pesa hapo. Be the person who is setting up those systems zenye kampuni inatumia. Solving complex. Because fixing a broken computer is not you're not solving a big problem. That's why it doesn't pay well. Okay? If you really, in this world, by the way, if you really want to make money, you have to solve complex problems for people, for humanity. If you can be able to do that, you'll make money. But the moment you are doing things that so many people do, that anybody else can do, you're not going to make any money. Hata kama uko hapa, hata kama uko US. You understand? So you have to solve complex problems for people. And IT, not many people can do IT. You have to understand that also. You guys are so blessed with intellectual ability. You are the university. You have that ability. So you have actually the ability to solve complex problems. And if you can be able to solve complex problems, the employers or any other person, they are willing to pay you for that because that's something that cannot be solved by anybody else out there. See, watu wengi sana wanaweza chukua hiyo system ya Oracle, wa set up ndio kampuni iweze kutumia, ndio accountant waweze kutumia. Not everybody can do that. That's why it pays well. Okay, so you have to think like that. Si ati saa zote wewe sasa kama umefanya BCom, sasa wewe unakimbizana na jobs za kukuwa staff accountant, kuweka invoices, mtu akurun financial reports, sijui mtu wapi. Hapana. Be that person who is setting up that system, the accountants like Oracle, like SAP, like Microsoft Dynamics. That's what Indians have perfected. That's what our people don't do. Ukiona watu wengi wetu, most of us, unaambiwa sijui nini, unafanya tu packages hapa. Sasa packages za kusaidia na nini? Nothing. You just knowing how to use Microsoft Word, Excel and all that. That's basic stuff. Na unaona hizo vitu ndizo wazazi wana push mtoto ndio aende kufanya after umemaliza college, university, high school. I don't know, and I don't understand. Like, and we keep on complaining you are not making money. You understand where I'm coming from? You need to get those skills that most people don't have. That's how you can be able to make money. When you hear someone making $1 million Kenya shillings a month, it's because they are solving complex problems. That's what you need to focus on. Try to get skills that can solve complex problems. Ukiandikwa as a salesperson, ukimaliza shule hapa, utakuwa unalipa pesa mingi. Ukiandikwa kama teller at Equity Bank or any other bank out there, you won't be making good money. You'll be making about 30,000. Hebu toa taxes. Unabaki na pesa ngapi? Toa pesa yako ya rent. Toa ya kanisa, tithe, return, Toa pesa ya maybe demu wako unataka kumpeleka out sijui nini ama chali yako. Umebaki na ngapi? You'll find most graduates wanamaliza, they are working, wanakona masuti and everything, but actually they have nothing in their pockets. Nothing, zero. You know what? When I used to work in IT in the US as a consultant, sijaivaa tai, sijaivaa suti. Okay. Sijaivaa hivyo. That's why I want to, you guys need to think like that. You don't have to follow what everybody is telling you. There's other ways of being successful in this world, career-wise, in corporate world. Okay, very easy way. You just need to have skills that most people don't have. By the way, here in Kenya, most companies, they can implement, because there's so many big companies, man, here in Kenya, many of them, they implement these systems. But you know what? Wanapatanga watu kutoka India. India, South Africa. And yet, we are churning out so many graduates from these universities. So many of them. But they don't have the skills. Nyinyi wote mnaenda kufanya kazi ya sijui teller. You know what teller job is? Teller jobs in the US are for people who have high school diploma. You understand that? Teller job. Hiyo pesa ya kupatiana pesa. Hiyo US. Hiyo ni ya mtu mwenye amemaliza KCSE. Yanafanya hiyo kazi. Huku ni nani? Si ni nyinyi. Si ni nyinyi mkigraduate ndio mnapewa hiyo kazi. You need to think. Don't be so happy getting that $20,000 Kenya shillings job just because it's a job. Okay, don't. Because honestly, in this country, hata kama una earn 100,000, me, I don't think you can do anything. Can you even build for your mom? 100,000. Can you? No, right? Can you build for your grandpa? No, you can't. You need a well-paying job. You see when you are, as Africans, when you are growing up, there's this thing about us and money. We are not even supposed to talk about money. It's like a taboo. Siongee mambo ya pesa. You understand? Unaambiwa sijui money is the root cause of all evil. Umesikia hizo story? Honestly, if you have a negative perception about money, you'll never make it. Itakuja hapo kwako na wewe uritaki, unashinda ukisema sijui money is the root cause of all evil. Sijui money is not money is not what? You tell me. There's so many negative whatever about money. Oh, money is not this and this and this. Money is not sijui what. Money is not everything. Money is not happiness, all that. But I want to tell you, honestly, I've been in a situation where I'm making really good 7-figure salary a month, and I can tell you, I used to do great things with that kind of money. Whereas niambia ati money is the root cause of all evil. You understand? So think that way. Think that way. You want to go out there and be able to solve complex problems, man, for the world. Don't go there and be the one who is counting money, ya pesa ya watu. Go there and make your own money and people will be counting for you. Okay, and the only way that you can be able to do that is by having skills that most people don't have. Now, if you go to the US, I've said, you have to have skills that most Americans don't have in order for a company to sponsor you to live and work in the US long term. Sasa wewe ukienda huko umefanya sijui MBA na umefanya sijui wewe ulikuwa sijui teller huko Kenya. Ni kampuni gani itakusponsor? And you know this company also, they have to pay for them to file your papers. They have to pay for that. They would rather hire Americans when they don't have all that baggage. Okay. So, and they have to prove to the US government that you have skills that Americans don't have. At the end of the day, the Americans, they want their own people to have those jobs first. You are going there as an immigrant. Okay, you are going there as an immigrant. So they want, if you want to live and work there, you actually have to have skills that those Americans don't have. Then they'll give you a chance to live and work in the US. So that's what most of our people don't really know. Even those who go to the US, wanaenda huko, kwanza, hata wakienda US, hata wana doza kwenda nini shule. Most people actually, wanaendanga naomba bank statement, oh, they claim it's my uncle, my aunt who is paying for my education in the US. Somehow they are able to get a visa. Ama wanafanya ka fundraiser, anapata pesa ya ndege, anaenda US. Anaitwa shule huko. Guess what? Huko shule in the US, by the way, to do a master's program like the one that I went to do, you know how much it costs? 5 million Kenya shillings. 5 million. That's for masters, 2 years. If you are going for undergraduate, we are talking of like even 10. You are to wangapi wako na 5 million hapa? Huh? Or their parents have 5 million. Not many people, right? Yeah. That's a lot of money. So a lot of people, what they do, most Africans, they borrow bank statements, or this, or they get some fake ones, they present at the embassy. Somehow they are able to convince the embassy, they get the visa, they go to the US. And guess what? They can't complete their education. They think that you can be able to work and pay for education. Now, if you go to the US as a student, you're only allowed to work 20 hours a week because you went there for school, not working. And you can only work on campus. Kama hapa sasa Kisii University, maybe you are working in the cafeteria, library, and all those kind of jobs. Hautaenda kufanya, si ati utakuwa unafanya kama hiyo job nilikuwa nafanya nalipa that kind of money yenye nimewambia. Hapana. So these are jobs that will be paying you about $10 an hour. Hiyo pesa kidogo sana ukiwa US. You guys might think it's a lot of money. That's peanuts. In fact, if you are making $10 an hour, you are below poverty level in the US. You understand? Yeah, it might look like it's a lot of money. Of course, if it's here, yes, it's good. But in the US, that's nothing. So you need to be making good money. So anyway, so if you're making that kind of money, you can't really make enough for you to actually be able to pay for your education. And so what happens, these people, they drop out of school because they don't have the money to pay for their education. So in the moment now you drop out of school, then you become an illegal immigrant. Wewe sasa kama hujaenda shule uko na hata, because if you get when you go to let's say for example you are going for your masters, yeah, you'll get a 5-year visa for a master's program, even though that master's program is for 2 years. But the visa actually, it's basically for you to seek admission to the US or any other country out there. Having a 5-year visa on your passport that does not make you legal in America when you are there. For example, uende huko as a student, ukatai kwenda shule, you drop out of school because you don't have school fees. Even though you have that 5-year visa on your passport, you are still there illegally. And you can be deported. There's a lot of consequences of you living in the US or any other country, even here in Kenya, without the legal. And guess what? The moment you're out of status, it means you can't actually get good jobs, even in corporate America. For example, even if you have those really good skills that you've talked about, you can't actually get a job because in the US, for you to work in corporate America, you actually have to have the right immigration document. You have to have the papers to enable you to work. Lakini kuna jobs zingine huko. Ziko mingi huko, sijui kukatia watu nyasi, kuwork in KFC, McDonald's, wherever, making this minimum wage. So what happens to a lot of our people, because they go there now, they are not, for some reason, maybe they are not able to finish school, maybe they are not able to transition into maybe getting those skills that are needed for them to get good jobs that can sponsor them. So they end up doing these jobs, then they are not paying well. That's why our median household income is low. Even though, in fact, actually, if you do your research, you'll see that in the US, Africans, we are one of the highly most educated groups of immigrants, just like Indians, just like Asians. But you are not making the same amount of money. They are making double what we make. And yet, all of us, we have the same brains. Nimekwambia watu wengi sana wanaendanga US kusoma. Kwani mtu anaenda kusoma hapa ako ni dada head. Hapana, si ndio? It's a sharp guy. But ukiona what you are making and what they are making, you can't even compare. You are down there. And yet you are one of the most hardworking, most educated. But you can, Even if you work so hard like what, and you are not working smart, it's gonna be hard for you to make good money. You have to be smart about it. Get those skills. That's what Indians are perfected. That's why they make good money. Okay, now here's the thing. In the US, about 30% of African immigrants, Kenyans included, because we are Africans here, they don't have the right immigration documents. Because remember, because I said, for the US government to actually keep you there, that Americans don't have. I mean, if you want to get a job in corporate world, you have to have skills that Americans don't have. And that's how a company will be able to sponsor you for you to live and work in the US. Personally, that's what I managed to do. Not many of our people, unfortunately, not many of our people are able to do that. And it's all because of lack of information. Hakuna mtu anawaambia, ukienda huko unaambiwa sijui nini, hata ukitoka shule, that's okay, utaenda uingie nursing homes, uanze kufanya kazi as a nurse, unaweza kuwa trucker, uanze drive trucks, and all those things. Okay, that's what people get misadvised. I talk a lot about this, by the way, on the internet. I talk a lot about these things. Anything to do with studying in the US, making good money in the tech space. So I have a YouTube channel yenye hata unaweza enda huko subscribe, yeah, after this, by the name Bob Mwiti. Go there, there's a lot of really, really good stuff. Me, I don't sugarcoat things. I say things the way they are. And I get into a lot of trouble sometimes. But it's okay. I have to tell you the truth because no one else will tell you. Most people glorify going to the US or those other countries. But ukienda huko na hauna strategy ya ku make pesa. When they kuanze kuambiwa sijui ukwe sijui this and this. I'm telling you, you will become part of the statistics. You will be able to make good money. You will be able to get the right immigration documents za kukuja huku. Unapata, najua hizi vitu amjuangi. There's a lot of people in the US, unfortunately, hata kukuja hapa, to come back home. They've never been home for so many years. Years and years, 10, 20 years. You think they don't like coming back? You think they don't like coming back? No, they do. Hata ukiwa na wedding, haezi kuja. Hata mtu akikufa, they can't come. Na we ujui. It's because those people, they don't have the documents. When you land in America like this, the first thing that you need to start thinking of is how to make yourself legal. Ukienda huko na student visa, that's a non-immigrant visa. That one won't help. That just helps you to go through school. But after that, then what? Because I know a lot of our people, they want to go to America, get good jobs there, not come back, but we have no idea how they're going to be able to transition now from being on a student visa to actually working in corporate America and actually getting papers to enable you to live there long term. You understand? A lot of our people, no clue. In fact, even me, kama si wa Hindi, I'm telling you, I don't know where I would have been. That's why I always say information is very, very powerful. Very powerful. I would have been somewhere struggling. And that's what I always preach to everywhere that I go. And especially when I meet intellectuals, people who have the brains, man, come on. You need this information. You need to know how to make money. You need to get into those nice jobs. Nice jobs that will pay you well. Not struggling just because you're in America and, doing all these odd jobs. So 30% of our people, they don't have the right immigration papers. You can't work in good jobs. You can't work in corporate America. You can't work, for example, as an Oracle systems analyst. You'll be able to work. Hizi za kupewa pesa chini chini, those ones. Those are the ones that you'll be able to do. So that's what a lot of our people do. That's a big, big percentage, man. Kama una makaratasi ya ukaa huko, huwezi kuja. Huwezi kuja. So, but if you know exactly what you're gonna know when you go there, graduate and get a job and get papers, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You won't have any problems. So my company, that's really what we focus on. To help our people, basically, to get into good jobs in corporate America, just like these Indians. Okay, just like these Indians, get into good jobs. Get those immigration documents. Get those papers to enable you to live and work in the US. Not just going to the US and making $15, $20 an hour. That's nothing, man. You can't do anything with $20 an hour, honestly. Nothing, zero. Hiyo pesa, unakaa tu, unalipa rent, hauwezi fanya vitu mingi. You have to find a way of making good money. But there's a way out if you're smart. If you become an IT consultant, don't be the one. What ukienda America, by the way, these are jobs that fix computers in a workplace. Zinafanyangwa mostly na wazungu. Mwindi haezi guza hiyo. Mi, unajua nini? Me in the US, by the way, and I talk to gatherings like this, I always tell them, by the way, wherever you are working, yeah, if you're in an organization where Indians are, because you'll see them, you should aim at working there. Ukienda kwa organization, mostly Indians utaona wakienda the same department, wote. And mostly it will be the IT department of the organization. Utaona huko akienda sijui my invoices, sijui ndio wana run financial reports, hautawapata huko. It's not that those jobs are not good, but actually they don't make good money. In the US, if you're an accountant, you would be making 6 figures. You can't make $1 million Kenya shillings a month as an accountant. No, no way. Even if you have so much experience, 15, 20 years, you won't be making $10,000 unless you are a manager somewhere. Maybe finance, whatever, director or whatever, something like that. But making that kind of money as an ordinary person, it's not possible. As an accountant, you'll probably be making about 30,000 per year. That's how much, maybe 3,000 per month. Where was you going to experience almost 5, 6, 7 years? Think. Don't just follow what everybody else is doing. Get those skills. Kama ni accountant, usikue accountant, weka hiyo system yenye accountant wanatumia, wewe ndio unai set up as a consultant. You'll be paid good money. And that's what I did. And that's what we focus on. So at AppSec America, we run some amazing IT training programs. Currently, we have robotics process automation. So robotics process automation is a technology that companies use where they use software robots to do work that can actually be done by a human being. For example, hizi stories zenye nimewambia accountant and blah, 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 right? So accountants, usually they will enter the invoices, they will validate them, they will run reports at the end of the week, at the end of the month, do reconciliations and all that stuff. Hiyo kazi, that's a very, how do I put it? Tedious, highly repetitive, high volume kind of a job. You can imagine working in these big organizations like in a Safaricom, and so when a process invoices mingi sana, a lot of them, right? So instead of having someone do that kind of a job, and that person ataanza kusema sijui amechoka, sijui they need benefits, sijui what, they need vacations, sijui they want to take leave, companies now are leveraging the power of robots, and these are software robots, to do that kind of a job. Okay, now that technology, for a company to implement that kind of a technology, they need people who can come and actually implement that project. They need, it's called RPA, yeah? They need RPA business analysts. They need RPA developers. They need RPA engineers. Okay, they need RPA project managers. And guess what? You can fit into all that even though you don't know how to code. Okay, you can actually become an RPA business analyst. You don't need any coding, nothing, zero. Yeah? So basically your work, when you go to that project for a big company that is implementing RPA technology, you as an RPA business analyst, your work is to say to the business, understand business processes, okay, identify those processes that are good fit for automation, document them, and then now hand over those documents to the developers, the guys who will actually write the code for that software robot, for that project to be implemented. So in an IT project, it's usually not just one person, it's usually a group of people. You come together, you implement an IT project. So they need people like business analysts. Or any business analyst out there, they get paid good money because these are the guys who are actually on the front line. They are the ones who say to the business and try to understand those business processes. You understand? They say to the business, they dig, they try to poke holes on their processes, trying to identify those processes that are good fit for automation. It's a lot of work. And you can do that kind of a job as a business analyst. That job doesn't require you to know any coding. And then once you document everything, you hand over to the developers. Then they can write the code. Okay. So that kind of a job, a developer, you need to know how to code. So we do those kind of training programs. We also do data science training. We train people on data science, and this is specifically on artificial intelligence and machine learning. It's called the fourth industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution. And in this fourth industrial revolution, data is the new oil. Remember the first revolution, industrial? Oil was the thing, right? Right. Now it's all about what? Data. Okay. Companies need to analyze these data that they are getting to make sense to them, for them to make informed decisions with the organization. But they need people who can be able to manipulate that kind of data. They need data scientists. They need data analysts. Okay. You know, the sad thing is this, even in these Kenyan institutions, as we speak right now, there's not many data science programs. I think it's only 2 schools that have undergraduates. Mary University, they told us the other day, right? I think Strathmore. Masters, I don't know. Data science. And Mazi, and this is the skill that is needed out there across the globe. Data scientist, man. By the way, data scientist is considered the sexiest job of the 21st century. Huh? Unafanya job kama data scientist, my friend, you'll be making at least 1 million Kenya shillings a month if you are out there. Maybe Kenya, no, you can't make that kind of money. Hata MCA yako hapa hawezi make 1 million shillings a month. My friend, in the co-founder of the Kenya Airlift program, you won't. But you can actually make that kind of money when you have the right skills, the skills that are needed. Okay, so as a data scientist, for example, right now, artificial intelligence, machine learning, uko US, kuna gari they are self-driven cars. Wanafanya mapilot huko, unaenda huko unapatana na magari tu zinaziendesha, yeah? And they do that because of technology, artificial intelligence, machine learning. They collect so much data. Hata ukiona gari, hata hizo magari za kina, hizi electric cars, like akina Tesla. Those cars actually, they are working computers on the road. The amount of data they collect on those roads, it's unbelievable. The amount of data that Facebook is collecting when you log in that Facebook app, it's unbelievable. Google, when you start typing, the amount of data wanna collect, it's unbelievable. Companies, you go there, you put in your information, they are collecting data. They need people now behind the scenes who can take that data and manipulate it and make sense for them to make decisions. You understand? So those are the kind of skills that you need to think about if you really want to get into tech space. Okay. Those are the skills that you need to think about when you really want to get into tech space. Don't be thinking, oh, I want to work in the tech industry to be fixing computers. If you are there, unaenda unafanya kazi na IBM, whatever, una make hii computer inafanya kazi, una-assemble as an engineer, whatever. That way you'll make money. But being the person who is in an organization, customer service, accountant wenu akishindwa kunini, uene kunamfixia, hapo hakuna pesa. Okay. right? So there's not much money there. So guys, I want to encourage you to really think like that, okay? Think like that. So anyways, to summarize, so I thought of now bringing Kenyans from Africa, because now I was working with those Kenyans who are already in the US. I thought of bringing those Kenyans in Africa to find those opportunities in the US, in the tech space. And how can you come to the US? Because wazungu hawezi kupea visa hapo ukienda ukisema ati nataka kwenda kufanya kazi US. No, the only way that you can be able to go to the US is most likely if you go there as a student. Okay, so we started the Kenya Airlift Program in 2018. I met my friend, Honorable DMK, in 2018. He came to the US, to Kapatana. Alafu we thought of how we can be able to come up with a program. And basically, Kenya Airlift Program is a program that brings brilliant students to go and study IT-related master's programs in the US. Mesikia kusoma huko US, it's 5 million Kenya shillings. I know a lot of Kenyans cannot afford that kind of money. So we had to come up with ways of financing those students who want to come to study in the US. You don't have to worry about the funding. You don't have to worry about all that money that is needed. Okay. And Kenya Airlift Program is that program that can enable you get to the US without having to worry about where you're going to get that money. Okay, so the program, we take those who scored at least a B in KCSE with at least a B in math, and you get in, we give you some materials for you to study. There's the exam that you have to do called GMAT, study it, get a good score, a 550 out of 800. Then after that, we get you admission to schools. We work with schools, University of Alabama in Huntsville, we have a few other schools that actually offer graduate assistantship awards. So this is basically like a scholarship, but a scholarship that they pay for your tuition fees, maybe half of it, and then also you have to work for them, for the school, and also they give you like a stipend on a monthly basis, maybe even 100,000, up to 100,000 a month. That is enough to enable you have money to pay for your accommodation and all that, okay? So also, through the Kenya Airlift Program, we also partner with a company called Empower Financing. So these guys, they offer unsecured international student loans. So basically, all you need to show is that you have the brains. You don't have to show that you have any collateral. You don't have to show that your family is rich for you to go to for them to fund you. No. All you need to show is that you are smart. You guys here, you're in a university, you are smart. That's all you need to show. How can you show that? You have to have very good GPA. You have to do well in your undergraduate. You have to have very good transcripts. Seeing D's and soups and all that, they won't give you the money. Okay, you have to do well in that GMAT exam. GMAT basically means Graduate Management Admissions Test. If you want to study masters in the US, a good state university will ask for GMAT or GRE exam. It's basically high school math and English. And if you don't do well in that, they won't take you. So you have to do well. Even these lenders, they look at that. So if you can be able to get good scores in GMAT, a graduate, then you are all set. They give you money through our program. Okay, and if you do well in your GMAT, also the schools offer these graduate assistantship awards. In fact, actually, we want anybody who is coming through our Kenya Airlift Program, we don't want them to have all these loans. No, we want them to have, go to school, do well, and the school will give you graduate assistantship award fully. We have students who are in the program, and they don't have to pay anything, zero, nothing, because the school is paying for them. So anyways, so you get you funded in the US, then, because for us, it's not just a matter of you going to school, we also want you to go there and make good money. Not just any money, good money. Should be making $1 million after a few months. And how can you do that? You have to have the skills. So what we do, the same training program that we offer as a company, Upstack America, we also train those guys who are coming through the Kenya Airlift Program, and this is for free. In the US, we charge those RPA trainings and data science, we charge upwards of $1 million Kenya shillings a month for you to do them in the US. But we offer those programs for free to those who are coming through the Kenya Airlift program. Okay, for free. Because we know we're investing in you. We know that you guys are smart, those who are coming through the program. So once you graduate, there's a lot of demand. We have clients looking for people with skills, RPA, data science, Oracle systems analyst. There's not many people with those kind of skills. If you have the skills, jobs. So we can actually be able to get you jobs, because also that's part of what we do in the US as a company. So we run training programs, we do placement services. Tunatafutianga watu kazi. Okay, so the same thing we offer these guys, and we also help you. Once you graduate from school, you don't have to struggle, man, like so many Africans. You don't have to rely on Indians to tell you how to do things. Kwanza India atakangi kuambiana vitu sana. In fact, actually I was lucky. Hii mdomo yangu tu hii niliweza nikapata. Nikaweza kuongelesha, wakaniambia. But mostly they don't share to the outside world. They keep it to themselves. But they help each other a lot. Indians, they are the most networked group of immigrants. Huh? How? And they do very well. So we actually want to do the same in being in the Kenya Airlift program. We are building a community of brilliant Kenyans in America doing amazingly well. We help each other from jobs, from anything. When you go to school, accommodation, we are all together. We can do amazing things as Kenyans. Brilliant Kenyans in America doing amazing stuff, making good money. Okay, we can even be able to implement projects. We have Konza Technopolis. We have big multinational firms that are going out there and outsourcing for people to implement their projects. We can actually be able to implement those kind of projects. You don't have to be in Kenya. We can do those things while in the US. As Kenyans, brilliant Kenyans, through the Kenya Airlift program. Okay, so that's the vision that we have, because a lot of people, when they see us, we've been featured on TN, NTV, even personally, I've been featured on Daring Abroad. A lot of people, they mistake us on that we are just a program that is taking students to America. That's just a part of it. There's a bigger picture that we are trying to solve. A problem of good jobs in corporate America for Africans, a problem of immigration papers for our people in America, and a problem of finding funding for a lot of our people. There is no point of going to the US Embassy and presenting a fake bank statement, trying to find a student visa, and then you can't even go to school in the US. That should stop. If you are brilliant, why should you go with a bank statement claiming your uncle will pay for your education, and yet there is no uncle that exists? Go there with funding. Don't go blindly. That's how Indians do. Why in India, they support international students who want to go to the US. In fact, most Indians that I was in school with for my master's, all of them, they had student loans. Hapa Kenya, ni wapi utapata student loan ya kwenda kusoma America? Where? Nowhere. So that's the problem that we are solving through the Kenya Airlift program. Okay, because we don't have that. And because India, they know that if you go to the US, even if you have a student loan, you're gonna go there, they are so networked, they train you, uko US. Zile kampuni mingi could train watu on those job skills. They are Indian companies. They are the ones who trained me. Wanawatrain, wanatafutia kazi. Everywhere you go, what and your wanafanya IT, what and your managers, CEOs and everything. And the whole IT industry in America, it's owned by Indians. So they know that even if you go to the US on a student loan, you'll actually be able to make really good money and be able to repay back your loan within a short time. If you're making $1 million a month, how long does it take you to pay a loan of $1 million? Within a year, you are done. Okay, within a year, you are done. So that's what you are trying to solve. 3 things: funding, good jobs in corporate America, because our people, they are not working in good jobs. They are not working in good jobs in America, and the issue of immigration papers. So if you are out there and you really intend to leave this country and maybe go and find opportunities in the US, please think about the Kenya Airlift program as your vehicle. You know what also? Because that whole process of going to the US, because it actually requires money, we formed a circle through Honorable DMK, my co-founder in the program. A circle that supports you. So you don't actually, that whole process of going to the US will require you at least $3,000. How many have $3,000? Not many people, as much as they want to go to the US. So through the airlift circle, we also support you. You also support your relocation expenses. So you don't have to worry. All you need to do is contribute $1,000, just $1,000. You know $1,000 can't even take you to the US. Nikutoe hapa saa hii uko na passport and everything. Nikwambie nikupe $1,000 hivi. Nikwambie end America, iwezi kupeleka. Iwezi. Okay, $1,000. That's all you need. And you'll find yourself in the US. No struggles. You'll go through school. You won't have to think about how you're going to transition getting a job, because we are there. We are going to support you. Hold your hand throughout. Okay, and you are holding your hand because personally, I've gone through that path. I was a student. I was a student in the US, an international student for that matter. I got my papers through employment. Most Africans out there in the US, they get papers through wanaoa mzungu. Unaoa, alafu mnaenda mnafanya interview huko ya immigration, unashikwa, unarudishwa. You guys don't know about these things. No one will tell you when you are here. No one. No one will tell you those things. Others, they go file asylum. Saa hizi, kutoka Trump aingie, hakuna mtu anapata asylum. But there's a way out for you to actually, if you're smart, have those skills. Companies are out there looking for brilliant immigrants who have the skills that Americans don't have, who can solve complex problems, and they are willing to give you papers for you to live and work in the US. That's how I was able to get my papers. Mimi sikuwa mtu ndio nipate makaratasi. I didn't file a serum ndio nipate makaratasi. No. I got my papers through employment. And we are basically trying to do the same thing in the Kenya Airlift program. A lot of people out there, they won't tell you all that. Okay, they won't. Where kuja? Oh, and by the way, another thing that a lot of our people get misadvised. Oh, should you enter community college? Community college by the uko US ni kama tu shule ya ni kama tu kufanya diploma ya 2 years. So they are usually cheaper. But can you imagine the reason why actually most of our people get denied student visas is because we get misadvised on where you need to go and study in the US, what you should do. Mnaambiwa, oh, you know what? Kuja US, kuja to a community college, it's cheap, blah, blah, blah. And guess what? Where we may graduate up from Kisii University with a software engineering. Okay, you have a bachelor's degree in software engineering, BCom, actuarial science, all that stuff. Unaambiwa, apply to a community college for a nursing program. They are 2 years, associate degree. That's like a diploma, yeah? Unaambiwa, because community colleges are much more cheaper. Guess what? Ukienda hapo embassy, the first thing watakuuliza, what did you do? When did you graduate from school, high school? After that, what did you do? Nasema, oh, I went to Kisii University. I did a BCom, I did software engineering. Okay. Alafu, what are you going to do in the US? And then you say, I'm going to study nursing at Tampa Community College. Okay, kitu watakuuliza, why would you finish undergraduate degree and go back to do an equivalent of a diploma? You understand? Find that a lot of our people, they get denied student visas because the information, we give the wrong information all the time. No one, because I want to impress you. Oh, it's easy to get to the US. I'm telling you, the hardest thing that you'll ever do, if you really want to get out of this country, is to actually get a student visa. Remember, I was denied visa 4 times. Me, I have the experience. I know what it takes for you to get a visa. So ukienda hapo, uko na undergraduate already, and then you are claiming you are going to a community college, you never get a visa, you'll be denied. If you go to the embassy, you claim that your uncle, your auntie, your grandpa, your grandma, I don't know who, they are supporting you, 5 million to study. Utaulizwa, honestly, even in real sense, zingine naona tunafanya makosa zingine. We don't even think, like, who in their right mind would think that an uncle or an auntie will give you 5 million to study? Madam, maybe uko na nephew somewhere, right? Na uko na 5 million mahali umesave. Utamlipia million kweli? Si pesa mingi sana. So, also to the US Embassy, when they hear that maybe it's an uncle who is paying blah, 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 they won't give you the visa. Your dad. Those are the kind of people that can sponsor you. But a lot of our people, unapata sijui wananunua bank statement, wanapeleka embassy. Oh, sasa mimi naona wanakujanga huko lot I Naambia, oh Bob, I need a bank statement. Nisaidie please. We don't give bank statements in the Kenya Airlift. We give you the document from the lenders that says you have student that will fully take care of your education in the US. Unajua nini? Unaenda hapo embassy, unapewa visa. All you need to tell them, they'll ask you, how are you funding your education in the US? You say, you know what? I'm going to the US, University of Alabama in Huntsville, to do a Master of Science in Business Analytics, and I'm funded through a program called the Kenya Airlift Program. They have lenders that they work with, Empower Financing, and they are the ones who funding fully my education in the US. Guess what? Atakupea visa. Utapewa visa. In our program right now, I told you guys, I didn't tell you, maybe I didn't. 70% of Africans, they get denied student visas to go and study in North America, Canada and the US, 70%. So ukienda hapo embassy, most of the people utapata hapo ni wale wananyimwa. Out of 10, 7 wote nje. Guess what? In the airlift program, as we speak, we have approval rate of above 90% as of today. This January, we expect to take about over 50 students to the US. So far, by this month, we've had 11 students who went to the embassy and they got visas. 11 of them, all of them got visas. Right now in the US, we have, I think, about 13 students who are already there, 13 or 14, I'm not sure, who are already in the US. In the Kenya Airlift program, as we speak, we're enrolling almost 2 students a day. In 2018, when we started this program, I want to finish quickly, please. In 2018, we enrolled only 3 students in the Kenya Airlift program. 2019, 12. 2020, 59. 2021, up to today, we've enrolled 242 until last night when I checked. So far, we have over 315 students into the program. We're on count now to 400 students. Okay, but the thing is, it's not about numbers or anything. It's because this program has the potential of transforming lives of brilliant Kenyans. There's so many Kenyans struggling in this country. So many young Kenyans, graduates, who are struggling. We are not limiting ourselves. We can take as many students as possible. We want to help as many as possible. Okay, and that's why we're in this institution today, to come and preach to you to join the Kenya Airlift program. If you know anybody, if you yourself you want to go to the US, rather than going there and struggling, getting visas, once you graduate from school, getting papers to live and work in the US, you don't have to struggle because we are there for you. I've gone through that path. We are basically preaching something that personally I've worked. I'm not telling you to do something that I haven't done. I'm not telling you that you can be able to live and work in America through a company sponsoring you, and yet I got papers through asylum or through marriage. No, I got my papers by actually a company realizing that I have skills that most Americans don't have, and they were willing to bet on me, and they paid for my immigration papers, and they gave me a green card to live and work in the US. That's what I want our people to be doing. That's what we want in the Kenya Airlift program. Not going there and living in fear, you can't come home and all that. We want you go there, you're brilliant, you have a good job, you finish school, and you get a good job, and you get the papers. If something happens back home, unfortunately, you're able to come. Not staying there for so many years, you have even seen your people. Me, I've been in this country so many times actually. Right now is the one, I think this is the longest that I've never been to Kenya for 3 years because of COVID. But I've always been coming back and forth, always, because I had the right documents. So it's very important to understand these things. So no, before even you think of going to the US, use the right path. Don't be told, oh, take a community college. And yet already you have a degree. All right, you have a degree already. Atikuja to US, just land to, utaland huko. Hata ukiweza kupata hiyo, you will be doing well. Tajipata huko, you are earning $15, $10, na hiyo pesa haitakupeleka anywhere. So thank you so much. Hopefully maybe sijawabo sana nimewabo. This is a very good information, right? Yes. So hopefully maybe a lot of you guys will join the Kenya Airlift program. Basically what you can do is you can go to the website. It's www.kenyaairliftprogram.com. Go there. There's a program handbook that you can download. Go through it. Look at the schools that you work with. There's a lot of programs out there. Then after, you don't have to have any coding background. You don't have to have an IT undergraduate, by the way, for you to do a master's program, IT-related master's program through the Kenya Airlift program, yeah? So do that. Also, if you have anybody that you know, maybe you guys have your cousins, your relatives, that maybe they don't like their jobs or they're not making good money and maybe they want opportunities to study and live and work abroad, talk to them. Tell them about the program, okay? And by the way, once you download the handbook from the website, it has a link to our Telegram group where you can join. That group has almost 5,000 people as of now. And that's why you can be able to interact with the rest of the prospective students. Ujue, stories za kwenda US, how does it work and all that stuff. We've shared a lot of questions there, frequently asked questions and their answers. You can also do your due diligence. Ukienda tu on the internet, you type the Kenya Airlift program, even on or YouTube, you'll find a lot of information about the program. We've been featured on TV, KTN, NTV. In fact, even in this January, the story of one NTV. Who knows the Daring Abroad program on NTV? Yeah, that program. Yeah, we'll be featured there. We've been featured before, 2 students, I think 2 or 3. Personally, I've also been featured in that program on KTN. So we are a genuine program. You're not a scam. Okay, because a lot of people ask, like, what benefit are you getting when you are running this kind of a program that's almost giving everything? But for us, from a business perspective, we looked at the long-term picture. Okay, we need brilliant talent. We need a pipeline of talent that we can use to implement our clients' projects. Okay, so basically, if you come through the program, you graduate, we get you a job. As a business, we also make money because you're going to be working for us in projects. So that's how it works. Okay, so thank you so much and God bless you. In case you guys have any questions, we'll be here to answer them. Not now, but maybe later on. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Let's applaud better. I think we can give him a 5 factorial. So let's prepare our hearts. Let's prepare our hearts. We're giving him 5 factorial. 3, 2, 1, go. So thank you. I think due to time, we appreciate Bob for the effort you have made to come all the way. They have been around, especially since yesterday morning. Yeah? I hope the environment for Kisii has been very good for you. Yeah? By the way, walifika na kukanyesha. Yeah? That's only happening when you come to Kisii when you are a visitor. Yeah, yeah, it always happens. Yeah? For the people who are here, if you came here when you are first year and it did rain, yeah? You need to speak to your African gods. Yeah? When you come to Kisii when you are a visitor, it must rain. Yeah? So at this juncture, due to time, we have lunch for each and every one of you, and even for the guests. So we're gonna break for lunch for
Oh, mama para mama time I'm gonna sing. Mama time I'm gonna sing. Samara time I'm gonna sing. Mama time I'm gonna sing.
So thank you. I think someone will lead us in a word of prayer so that we break. So we are breaking for 30 minutes. Let's be here. We'll have many questions, especially for the ERIFT program. He has talked about the exam and other stuff. Let's be patient with them because they still live for today, but we'll have an ample time. We also have other presenters who will be joining us in the after lunch. Yeah? So at juncture, I want to request the President Kisii National Polytechnic. Yeah? You can come and pray for us as we break for lunch. Yeah? At least I met you. And if you have an empty bottle, make sure we have it. The people who are coordinating that can collect the remaining sodas. So let's rise up as we pray and coordinate. Those who are coordinating the guests, let's come and pick the guests and take them there. We're only breaking for 30 minutes.
Okay, let us believe and pray. Father God, we say thank you for this particular moment. We say thank you for this function. It's an eye-opening function, especially for us as students and as young men who want to grow this economy worldwide, Father. I also thank you for the facilitators. Thank you for this great institution of the Kisii University. Father, as now we want to break briefly for lunch, be with us, be with all of us. All these I do pray, believing and trusting in Jesus.
So thank you. We're gonna go to the student mess, the guests, and other people. We gonna follow also Madam Dean. So the guests we have and the student leaders. We meet at the conference. And then let's take the shortest time possible. We still have some of the speakers. Yeah? Yes, so that when you come back, you'll know on how now to get the funding. We have Honorable DMK. We will also speak on how they fund and how the program works. So let's be very fast, and we are live before the guests come back. So let's go straight to the mess. And I'm requesting the one who was coordinating the guests. We also need to have the guests out due to time. Yeah.
Chekonto.